The god of time gave him one simple test: kill a cicada. For a ruthless young assassin like him, it should have been the easiest thing in the world, until the god said, "I'll be watching you struggle." Then everything went dark. All at once, his sense of taste, his weight, his dreams, his heat, his hearing, smell, and sight were gone. The only thing he could still feel was his hands gripping the spear. Any ordinary person would have collapsed, begging for it to stop. Brault picked up the spear and started swinging. Basically at random, he attacked and hit nothing. Swing, nothing. Swing, nothing. For what felt like 100 years, he chased a sound he could no longer hear. And when his senses finally returned, the cicada was already dead in his hand. He had killed it 3 lifetimes ago, without even noticing. The god of time looked at him and said he was the first who hadn't gone mad, and for that, he deserved the reward he had been searching for so long. But before that, we have to see this young boy, who has just been dropped into a brand new world, while a helpful adventurer explains everything to him, telling him about the city, the system, and the so-called magic. While the boy stares back in confusion, trying to understand any of it, the man turns to him with a kind smile and says, since the boy has no class, he should follow him. Hell, even give him meat, since the kid looks hungry. Pause, the boy thanks him coolly and follows the man into a dark, Epstein-style alley. Then the guy offers him a totally normal, definitely not laced drink. Our good boy starts pouring it down his throat, or not, because he suddenly spits the whole thing into the guy's face and tells him his goblin paralytic poison always smells exactly the same. It stings the tongue, but burns the eyes even worse. The Epstein wannabe panics, trying to figure out how this kid knew, asking if he didn't just arrive. But our boy has already kneed him in the balls, spotted the dagger hidden under his coat, picked it up, and finished him off. Then he says it out loud. Rule number 1, never trust anyone in this garbage world. Yeah, this guy is brutal. Now he's a regressor. But in his past life, he was just a crank mercenary scraping by on crumbs. While desperately chasing one last payday, he stumbled into a dungeon and found a strange artifact left by that same god of time. That artifact dragged his soul back to the day he was first summoned into this world, but it might have been useless, because he still had the same problem as before. He had no class. He had no class, and after a lifetime of struggle, he only got a low-tier bone-buff talent. Now this is not your Sung Jin-woo story, where this guy becomes unbeatable in 5 chapters. But holy cow, this pale emo boy will make grown men tremble. And of course, the girls have very big hearts. So I have nothing more to ask. Back to the moment he was disappointed. He found out nothing. Changed. To him, this regression felt useless since his stats were exactly the same as before. Even so, he still had every memory from the 13 brutal years he spent in Aria. As he walks, he reaches the Healthy Bone Realignment Clinic and knows this is where he has to change things. In Aria, there were many types of summoned people. Mages who used magic, martial artists who used martial arts, and the most common of all, the classless. They could learn anything, but they were also the weakest, often dying before they learned enough to survive Aria. That had been his life too, 13 years as a crank mercenary, suffering one humiliation after another. In the end, he died poor and unnoticed. An old man studies the boy who wants a skeletal remodeling procedure. Knowing the chances he missed before, Sun Min decides to act differently and become much stronger. His plan works. He gets the low-rank martial skeleton and the celestial cultivation technique. Even without money or talent, Lee can feel his body changing as he leaves the clinic. He has just claimed one of the 3 chances that could fix his miserable future. The martial skeleton reshaped his body, making martial arts easier to learn. He became the first classless person to receive the procedure from the acupuncturist who made artificial skeletons. To qualify, someone had to be classless and have learned absolutely no skills. The Lee from his past life couldn't get it because he had already learned a skill. But now he could, and since the doctor would die soon, very few classless people would ever get the same chance. On top of that, he also got the true celestial cultivation technique, a method for building internal energy, the foundation of cultivation. Sun Min also knew a first-rate technique was hidden in a small Xenovus library. The owner had no idea how valuable it was, so Sun Min bought it, cheaply. In one day, he took 2 of the 3 chances he had missed before. The 3rd chance would come from winning the Colosseum, which would open a year later. His expectations weren't too high, since only classless fighters could enter. That meant he had a real chance to improve enough during that 1 year. In Xenoverse, first though, he needed money for a place to stay, so he decided to hunt monsters. Tired, the shopkeeper barely notices the boy in front of him. Several men are looking over the armor and gear on display. With bright eyes, Sunmin says he wants to buy some of it. The vendor asks if he can actually pay. To get all of it, he would need at least 300,000 Erts. He even tries asking for credit, but it fails, and he gets thrown out. Still, the vendor notices how determined he is. Sun Min then offers his clothes as payment. He claims they're high-quality clothes from an advanced world, but the vendor just bursts out laughing. That reaction starts to annoy some of the men nearby. The vendor says he won't lower the price just because the boy is classless. To him, the brat has no shame. Even so, saying he doesn't need the dirty clothes, he agrees to sell, on credit. The vendor likes the kid's guts, fighting this hard despite being just a brat. He figures the boy won't die anytime soon, and might become a loyal customer. Now geared up, Sun Min looks toward the dark forest. Buying armor was the right move, even if it cost him everything. He is grateful for the favor and feels lucky this new life is already going differently. As he walks, he stays completely alert. Once inside the hunting grounds, he remembers how, 13 years ago, he came here as a helpless boy with no armor and no skills. Back then, he had been completely pathetic. The system lists several gains, including lightning step, strong skeleton, and destruction palm. Soon, the sun starts to set. Then something suddenly moves fast nearby. A goblin tries to hide in the forest, but Lee Seung-min is already using the soul-chasing sword technique on it. With one strike, his spear drives through the goblin's face in a clean one-shot kill. The goblin can't defend itself at all. Afterward, Sun Min tries to rest, but sharp pain spreads through his body. Looking at his hand, he sees the problem. One-shot one, Kill uses the left hand for support when throwing the spear, and his untrained hand got burned. Still smiling, he decides to toughen his hands through training. Even if this regression seems useless, it is still a fresh start. In a dark place, red smoke rises. A mysterious young man sits on the ground and uses his power. Magic wraps around his body as he senses something strange nearby. Sun Min returns to the simple inn where he has stayed since arriving in Aria. When he enters, he is greeted with a smile. Jack Atrocier, the middle-aged innkeeper, is waiting for him. Sun Min hands over that day's lodging fee with a new dimensional pouch. Jack thinks it's odd for a classless boy to own something so rare, but Sun Min just says he got a good deal. Used to strange things by now, the old innkeeper doesn't press him and instead checks the goblin teeth and fluids. Jack lets him stay 2 more days, taking the materials as payment. Even so, he is amazed by Sun Min's persistence and sees real potential in him, especially for a boy who came to Xenoverse with no class and no skills. After 2 weeks, he is still alive, hunting every day and always bringing back enough to pay for his room. Jack says most classless people could never do that. He even says Sun Min might become someone like Zenon. Done with the talk, the boy turns away and heads upstairs, saying he needs rest after a long day. Once inside his room, he thinks about Jack's words. He isn't gifted, just stubborn, desperate, and still alive. When he opens his status window, he checks the techniques he has gained. Even after starting over, he still kept the knowledge from his past life. He knew he could reuse techniques from memory, but the ones he had mastered before were mediocre. No matter how much he trained them, they would never let him surpass the strong. Only the celestial cultivation technique gave him any real hope. It wasn't amazing on its own, but paired with better martial arts, it could carry him much farther. So he decides to focus on improving that technique first. The next morning, just as he is about to leave, Lula, the innkeeper's daughter, stops him. Worried, she asks why he keeps risking his life in the forest every day. Lula tells him he could just take a safe job nearby. But Sun Min has already made up his mind. As someone from another world, he needs to hunt to earn money. Lula still thinks he is an idiot and tells him to find a normal job. Worried, Lula offers him work at the inn since her father likes him. But cooking and cleaning just aren't for him. She still can't understand why he would risk his life instead of taking a safe job. Lee Sun Min stays quiet, thinking about this new life. He turns away and says he will be back by dinner. In his past life, he survived by giving things up, and he knew he could do that again. But he refused to live the same way this time. He swore he would finally get what he deserved. To do that, he was ready for anything. He wanted a better life than before. As he headed out to hunt again, Xanavar's afternoon bell rang. That sound meant a new summon had arrived. From a distance, he felt the familiar energy gathering. It was a kid, about the same age he was when he was summoned. Just like before, the child looked helpless. An easy target. Scammers. Some men were already offering the same bottle they had used on him. He briefly thought about helping the child, but chose not to get involved. When he turned away, he bumped into someone beside him. The man was huge. Before he could react, he was dragged into a setup and accused of breaking a bandit's collarbone. The furious giant punched him in the face and dropped him before he could respond. The noise made nearby people look over. Trying to control the crowd, the attacker shouted that the boy had broken his bone and should suffer the same injury. Even confused, the townspeople just ignored it and walked away. Set on revenge, Hwang Nim decided to break the boy's collarbone. Furious, Lee Seung-min realized they were all working together, and the thug in front of him was a third-rate martial artist who couldn't even tell a rib from a collarbone. Martial artists are ranked by skill, and third class only means minor mastery. Lee Seung-min hadn't even fully reached that level yet. He would need help to win, but he knew nobody in Xanavar would step in. When he realized the child would be sold as a slave, he stepped in and warned him not to drink the poison. Child looked confused, but stopped raising the bottle. Lee Seung-min hoped the boy knew some martial arts and came from Murim. Then the drink spilled onto the ground. Hwang Nim stepped in front of him and mocked that he would sell well to nobles with twisted tastes. He bent his knee to strike with a blow, but Lee Seung-min refused to let it end there. He used lightning step to close in on his enemy. Then he followed with exoskeleton steel break, catching the thug off guard. With one hit, he kicked the attacker's rib. His partners watched from a distance. Destruction palm and his other moves worked. The man was absurdly tough. The two paused for a moment to catch their breath. Even with his experience, Lee Seung-min still couldn't match stronger martial artists. Hwang Nim wasn't scared at all. He figured the smaller boy would wear out first. Meanwhile, one henchman warned that the noise would bring the guards. Determined, Lee Seung-min rushed in again. The child watched the fight closely from afar. Realizing fists weren't enough, Lee Seung-min grabbed his spear without hesitation. Then the child suddenly appeared beside him and asked him to repeat what he had said earlier. Lee Seung-min had no idea why. Telling him to wait a second, he tried to block the next attack. The boy stopped the giant's hand with one touch. Then he blasted Hwang Nim away with his power. "I can't believe those insects of mine treated you so rudely." The bandit crashed onto the pile of injured bodies. That palm strike, filled with internal energy, was far beyond second or first class. Lee Seung-min realized the boy beside him was a peak martial artist, despite being the same age. After the fight, Seung-min was shocked. The boy might be Wooji Ho-young, the little celestial demon. Demon cult is made of unorthodox sects that worship power above all. Its strongest member becomes the celestial demon, and his son is called the young master. That meant the boy was the little celestial demon, Wooji Ho-young. Even though he was Seung-min's age, the gap between them was enormous. In that moment, Seung-min knew he was facing someone famous in Arya. Even though Seung-min already knew, Wooji Ho-young introduced himself anyway. Later, the two talked in a room, and Lee Seung-min gave his own name. The boys shared something very important. Arya was a completely different world. There was no demon cult there. Wooji Ho-yen laughed, clearly enjoying the situation, but there was concern in his eyes. Thinking back to the square, he asked what Lee Seung-min had shouted at him. Not seeing why it mattered, Seung-min said he was warning him not to drink goblin paralytic poison. But the little celestial demon didn't like being addressed so casually. So Lee Seung-min bowed and apologized, saying he didn't know he was the young master. Inside, he couldn't believe he was bowing to a 13-year-old. Wooji Ho-yen smiled, completely pleased. Then he pointed at Seung-min and said he had seen him use martial arts earlier, but called those techniques trash. He said Seung-min's fighting style was ridiculous and asked where he had learned such a mess. Lee Seung-min couldn't figure out what Wooji Ho-yen wanted from this conversation. Then, instead of mocking him further, the boy offered to teach him martial arts. Lee Seung-min stood there in silence, stunned as the little celestial demon said Seung-min would improve fast under him. But there was one condition for Lee Seung-min. Shocked, he braced himself. Woo Ji-ho-yan wanted him to be his friend. Cold sweat ran down Seung-min's back. He was completely thrown off. Since childhood, the heir of the demon cult had wanted a friend. His father never understood it. But Woo Ji-ho-yan had read in a book that friends help you overcome anything. His father said that was for ordinary people, not for him. Celestial demon, Woo Ji-ho-yan insisted his son would rule all demons without a friend. Woo Ji-ho-yan grew up under non-stop training and brutal discipline. His father was strict and cold and treated any wish for human connection as weakness. During one training exercise, a 10-year-old Woo Ji-ho-yan slaughtered 50 people. As Woo Ji-ho's son, that kind of feat wasn't surprising at all. Even so, he showed little emotion. Still, his wish for a friend came true when he met Lee Seung-min, a man who had returned from the future. As a sect heir, huge expectations were placed on him from birth, and his training began early. Because of that harsh childhood, he never had the chance to make friends. Even under such strange circumstances, the two made a friendship pact. Woo Ji-ho-yan couldn't hide how happy he was to have a new friend, Lee Seung-min. So the regressor, nearly 28 inside, became friends with a 13-year-old. Woo Ji-ho-yan began teaching Seung-min the mystic arts of the Violet Dawn, a demon cult technique known for its violet-colored internal energy. Seung-min was confused. He thought he would be learning demon arts directly. Now that they were friends, the little celestial demon told him to speak casually. When Lee Seung-min changed his tone, the boy looked completely satisfied. The true demon arts could only be learned by the cult leader and heir, so Seung-min would study other techniques instead. Walking through the forest, Lee Seung-min realized quite a bit of time had passed. Woo Ji-ho-yan had trained him in the mystic arts of the Violet Dawn for a whole month. He could now beat several monsters at once, but he still wanted more strength. His level had risen to somewhere between 3rd and 2nd class, far better than in his past life. Even with that progress, Woo Ji-ho-yan's sharp criticism kept pointing out his flaws and pushing him harder. In the forest, Lee Seung-min thought about gathering his spoils. Then a huge creature burst from the trees. A deadly monster lunged at him. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have died. Looking closer, he saw it was an orc. He checked to his right, then left, and realized he was alone. He would have to kill the orc by himself. He drove his spear into the creature's chest. Soon, he tore a hole through its body, leaped in and finished the fight. He thought killing it had been easy, but then remembered Woo Ji-ho-yan's annoying comparisons. Still, he studied the orc's odd appearance, since monsters like that normally didn't live there. A voice praised him, saying he was strong for someone so young. Then a man approached him carefully. It was Moon-hee Ryung, a famous warrior once called the Orchid-Destroying Sword of the Central District. Lee Seung-min didn't know what the man wanted. Pointing at the dead beast, Moon-hee Ryung said he had been hunting an orc causing trouble nearby. Back in the city, a small monkey, Song Ryung, wondered if the boy in front of them wasn't too young. But Moon-hee Ryung said he had seen the boy fight himself and found his skills interesting. Wong Pei, called the Black Rain Dagger, accepted Moon's judgment and introduced himself. A girl named Rainier then introduced herself and said she came from Velas Magic School. Curious, she asked if the young man knew what kind of job was waiting for them. An orc group had built a village nearby, raiding other villages and killing adventurers. So the guild offered 20 million erts to wipe out the orc village. If they won, the money would be split into 5 shares. The boy quickly figured his cut would be about 7 million. Even with that big reward, Sun-min still doubted the people around him. Moon-hee Ryung waited for the boy's answer. After a short pause, he agreed. Pleased, the warrior said the mission would be much easier with him. Sun-min appreciated the welcome, but he still felt uneasy. He asked about the 2 people sitting there and learned they were just pack mules, classless nobodies. When they heard the new fighter was from Murim, they bowed to him. Their job was to carry supplies, paid from whatever money was left. After the girl handed them coins, they went to buy apples. Rainier ate apples as they traveled. Soon, the party reached the orc village. They guessed there were around 50 orcs total, though only 30 would likely come out. Song Ryung was sure the orcs were slow and dumb. He planned to kill them quickly and claim the reward, so the team would split in 2. The young warrior would stay with the veteran swordsman, while the others would draw the orcs out, then split them up and pick them off. Rainier would spread their scent with wind magic, since orcs were very territorial. Then they would hide, wait for the right timing, and let the mage prepare her spell. The small warrior and Woon would light the signal to draw the rest of the orcs outside. That was the final plan, and it sounded simple enough. Sung Min thought it was decent for such a small team, though a trap would have been better. Woon Hee Rung noticed they were close to orc land. From here on, everyone had to stay sharp and fight properly. The first group moved in, while the so-called nobody hauled the gear on his back. As they entered enemy ground, the boy thought about how hard this job was, especially for classless men. Looking at the carrier's face, he was reminded of his old self. He stopped and asked the man his name. The carrier introduced himself as Brass. Someone doubted Brass could survive once the battle started, so the boy told him to choose now, run or stay. He knew the leader wouldn't care. The man wasn't even listening. Breathing hard, Brass said he couldn't run. He had no idea how the guild would punish him for abandoning the mission, so he would have to fend for himself. When they spotted the village, Woon told the boy they had arrived. After avoiding patrols, they noticed stakes set up among the trees. It seemed like the right time to light the signal. But the boy asked for a minute and searched through his dimensional pouch. The leader had no clue what he was doing. Then the boy poured out water and had them smear mud over themselves to hide some of their scent. As he coated himself, he said his master taught him that trick. He told Woon Hee Ryung to cover his scent too. Woon listened and dropped into the mud. The boy even made more for Brass before the flare was finally lit. The orcs noticed the strange flame. Then the leader suggested using the pack, merely as bait. Send him out, distract the orcs, then strike from behind. Hearing that, Brass panicked. He clearly didn't want to die, but Woon promised he would be safe. Still, he warned that refusing orders might get him killed. Then he brushed it off like a joke, while the others waited for the next move. The young warrior chose to go first, showing real nerve. Seeing what he meant to do, the commander agreed. The plan worked, drawing 13 orcs out of the village and killing them one by one without trouble. In the fight, the boy showed off his spear skills, landing clean strikes as more orcs came rushing out. While fighting, he caught himself wondering why he was doing this. Then he focused again and realized he had to help the classless man. Maybe it was just pity, maybe not, but he chose to protect him. They weren't really friends. He just saw himself in another man pushed to the edge. The orcs waited for his next move. Remembering his training, he attacked again with his spear. Even with his master's harsh words in his head, he held firm. He recalled Woon Hee Ryung's lesson. The right way to use a spear was to strike from range. With that in mind, he used the soul-chasing spear. Third form, lightning split strike. That move cut down many of the orcs they had lured out. Beside him, Woon Hee Ryung kept fighting hard. Elsewhere, a huge orc moved to kill Brass. No idea how to defend himself, the man could only wait for death. Then the boy drove his spear into the orc and saved him. He smiled, glad he had protected the classless man. By then, the ground was covered with dead orcs. The leader started cutting off their ears and counting how many they had killed. The ears would prove the hunt, assuming the other team handled their side too. Woon tossed his sack to Brass and ordered him to gather everything. After that, they moved to meet the others. Brass looked amazed. He thanked the boy for saving him. Then he headed off to collect the luggage. The boy quietly noticed how sincere that thanks felt. Meanwhile, the others waited for the three to return. Mud still covered them, but their relief was obvious. First step had worked, and the leader said they finished early thanks to the young warrior. But the real trouble was just starting. All at once, something flew at the group, a dagger that struck Rainier in the chest. She had no idea what happened, and the mage suddenly turned her powers on her own team. The others instantly drew their weapons. The boy blocked the enemy's advance with his spear. Then a memory from his past life flashed through his mind. He saw himself carrying a heavy sack to collect a few coins. Nearby, a crowd had gathered. It was an execution, the first one he had ever seen. The condemned man was a bold mercenary from Murim. On a mission, he had killed all his companions to keep the reward, but he was caught. The young boy stared at the man's head mounted on wood. Back in the present, that same man stood before him, surprised by the boy's quick reaction. Woon Hee Ryung praised him, but the boy already knew the truth. He had seen this man's execution in another life. Even after 13 years, he still remembered it clearly. The leader admitted the boy was impressive for his age after watching him fight the orcs. He was a second-class martial artist. He challenged the young warrior and said the boy was still weaker. Even knowing the fight would be rough, Seung-min refused to back down. Though lower in level, the boy moved better and read the fight well. He saw the attacks coming, using his spear's reach with sharp precision. Reading the flow of battle, he landed a hit and proved that his past experience and Ho Yeon's training made him a real threat. Seeing it up close, Woon Hee Ryung was impressed. Even so, he knew the boy couldn't keep this up forever. But the boy had a trick ready. He had mixed poison into the mud. It didn't need to be injected directly to work. That poison was enough to shake the man's strength and balance. Now Woon Hee Ryung was losing ground and had to change tactics. He suddenly threw himself aside, and Lee Seung-min saw at once that it was risky. His hands shaking, the enemy grabbed the carrier as a hostage. He declared he could kill the man in one strike. The boy tensed, unsure how to break the deadlock. Woon Hee Ryung was sure brass had become his weak spot. The boy froze for a moment, but never stepped back. Still, using brass like this was a bad move. He had only helped brass because the man reminded him of his old life, and now his anger showed. At the same time, Woon felt the poison spreading. The boy fought down his emotions, fatigue, and doubt, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew he couldn't win carelessly in this state and had to save his strength. If he missed, he would hand the fight over. If he waited too long, Brass would die. Then Brass did the unexpected. He struck Woon's legs, trying to buckle his knees. The boy saw the courage of a classless man doing the impossible. Brass clung to Woon's body and threw his weight into him. But the enemy stabbed him with a knife. As Brass cried out, the man looked pleased. A moment later, the young warrior was there. The enemy panicked and tried to beg, but was killed at once. Elsewhere, the monkey had beaten the mage Wang Pei after a hard fight. The danger was over, but the price was heavy. Brass was dead, and Lee Seung-min stood above the bodies with his spear through the enemy. After Woon Hee Ryung and Wang Pei died, their bodies were taken to the mercenary guild so the 35 million reward could be claimed. Woo Ji-hyun was glad the warrior came back safe. She asked why he was so late. Exhausted, the protagonist dropped onto his bed, wanting a little rest. But Brass' death still weighed on him. If he had just a bit more strength, he might have saved him. Back in his room, he kept thinking about what he had done and felt stained by it. Woo Ji-hyun suddenly asked if he had killed someone. She said she could smell human blood on him. Lee Seung-min explained that a second-rate martial artist tried to kill him, so he had to fight back. Even then, the little demon felt he was still hiding something. What bothered her most was simple. What was he keeping from her? After hearing that, the boy stood up. He admitted he didn't even know what he was hiding, but he could feel her doubt. He asked if she found it strange that someone like him beat a second-rate martial artist, but Woo Ji avoided the question. Looking at him, she knew he was no ordinary person. As Woo Ji-hyun wandered the city, she had been trying to understand this world better. She had seen many things there and learned how the classless lived. Most of them were miserable and barely had enough to eat. To humans, killing bugs is easy, but killing even a small animal takes resolve. Through all the hard training, Ho Yeon kept watching the boy closely. On the very first day after being summoned, Seung-min went straight into the forest to hunt monsters. For him, survival depended on it. But maybe the other classless couldn't do the same. Maybe they knew they should, but couldn't risk their lives or kill another living thing. His friend couldn't understand how a 14-year-old classless boy had done all that in one day. After admitting he had adapted fast, she brought up her second doubt. Woo Ji-hyun said he had no talent. If she taught him 10 things, he would only learn 3 or 4. Even so, after just 2 months, his spear skill was already beyond a normal beginner's. He didn't make rookie mistakes, and his control over internal techniques was far too polished for someone so new. That was why she found it so strange that a talentless person could learn martial arts this fast. Ho Yeon's instincts, built from years of experience, told her there was more behind his calm face. Seung-min didn't know how to answer, so Ho Yeon finally said she hated lies. The room fell quiet. Lee Seung-min said everyone had secrets they wanted to protect. Trying to force them out wasn't something a friend should do. The child didn't know how to answer that. She only said she had a secret too, like everyone else. She offered to trade secrets, but he wasn't interested. Even so, she tried tempting him with a top martial art. But with no talent and so little internal energy, he knew he couldn't use it. The child, now stumped, didn't know how else to convince him. At last, she offered him 20% of her internal energy. That completely stunned the protagonist. Deep down, the child was only curious about his secret. As his only friend, she wanted to know everything about him. Looking him in the eyes, she said that was what friendship meant to her. Sitting on the bed, Seung-min asked Ho Yeon for a promise. He told her the truth, she couldn't kill him. But Woo-ji said she could never kill her friend. Letting her hair fall, she revealed that she was actually a girl. The protagonist was completely shocked. She explained that her father kept it hidden from the sect, so she had to live as a boy to follow her path. The reveal was so huge that Seung-min went silent. Even after coming to this world, she kept the disguise because she had lived that way for so long. That was the secret she had hidden from everyone. And now she was trusting him with it. After thinking it over, Seung-min said they would need separate rooms now. The mood still heavy, he felt he had to be honest too. Gathering his courage, he took a deep breath and said he was a regressor. Woo-ji's eyes widened, but she had no idea what that meant. He explained that he had died, gone back in time, and kept the memories of his past life. That made his strange abilities easier to understand, even if it still sounded unbelievable. In a world like this, though, anything felt possible. Curious, the girl asked why she would want to kill him. Over that. Even if he looked like a 14-year-old boy, his mind belonged to a 27-year-old man. He still felt bad for lying about his age, identity, and past. But to Ho Yeon, none of that mattered. She was the one who approached him, told him to learn martial arts, and chose to be his friend. He hadn't tricked her. He only accepted what she offered, so she had no reason to kill him or end their friendship. In those 2 months, she had come to see him as a real friend, and one secret wouldn't change that. To her, that was friendship. Her face softened with emotion as she thanked him for trusting her. Their bond had become real, built on trust and respect. Then she teased Seung-min a little. Even with another life, his current level was still low. She had tons of questions, but those could wait. For now, she was ready to pass some of her internal energy to him. The protagonist was shocked that she really meant it. Internal energy was the power martial artists stored inside their bodies. It was what let them perform superhuman feats. There were no shortcuts. Only cultivation could build that power, which was why people spent their whole lives training it. When Ho Yeon started the transfer, she noticed his blood vessels weren't clean. They were packed with impurities. Even so, she began sure he could absorb at least some of the energy. He just had to use the Violet Dawn arts to keep about 20%. She pressed her palm to his back and started the transfer while he endured it. He'd feel the energy moving through his body, even as he tired after the transfer. Ho Yeon smiled and asked what it felt like. The power, heat, and pressure rushing through his meridians made his whole body shake. That 20% was more internal energy than he had gathered in his past life. He managed to keep half of it, and it changed his body. Rest would settle through his meridians, and with more Violet Dawn arts training, that power would truly become his. Afterward, Ho Yeon collapsed onto the bed to rest. Beside her, the boy thought about why she was doing so much for him. When he asked, Woo-ji Ho Yeon just smiled and said it was because he was her friend. Everything she did for Seung-min was her own choice, not duty. As she rested, she felt satisfied with that. Ho Yeon also decided to teach him one more martial art, the supreme spear technique of the 9 heavens used by the Spear King. Even knowing Seung-min's limits, she wanted to give everything she could to help him learn it. And as always, she said she was doing it for her own satisfaction. After all, he was her first friend in 13 years, and she didn't want him to die pointlessly like he had in his past life. The protagonist was moved by her kindness, and she held his face and told him never to bow his head. To his friends. Touching his bruised face, she couldn't believe he had actually been punched. Then she pulled him closer. Smiling, she said she wanted to hear something more interesting. As they shared more about the past, their bond only grew stronger. She wanted to know what she had been like in his past life. But the boy said he only knew rumors, that she ruled with overwhelming power at the peak of Arya. After being summoned, she left the city in less than a month, then vanished for 3 long years. Thinking about it, she guessed she must have traveled a lot during that time. She had always wanted freedom, and in the cult, any freedom she had was still controlled by the leader. That was why she was so happy to be summoned to this world and to have made a friend. At last, she revealed that she planned to leave in a month. Dreaming of freedom, she wanted to see the world for herself. After teaching him the supreme technique, she would go on a journey like before. Now she wanted to hear his plans. She asked how her friend wanted to live this life. Hearing that, even he didn't know how to answer. When he thought about his old life and all the pain in it, he only knew one thing. He didn't want to repeat it. He just wanted a better life this time. To the girl, that answer was too vague. She was determined to find out what Lee Seung-min's real goal was. Resting his head on the bed, he admitted he still wasn't sure. She said she would be waiting to hear it when he finally figured it out. She also wanted to hear every little detail about his past life. Embarrassed, the protagonist said he didn't have much to tell. Thinking about it, Seung-min realized he had never had anyone he could truly call a friend in any life. Ho Yeon was his first. The night passed as they talked, and then a month flew by. Before leaving, the girl wanted to test how much Seung-min had learned. It was their last training session before goodbye, and he had to show her everything. Now he had to prove himself with everything he had learned. Ho Yeon just smiled, sure he still couldn't beat her easily. Seung-min raised his spear, eyes full of resolve. Then she offered him something strange, 20 free strikes first. That only made him more wary. He paused, thinking of his first move, then remembered the new version of the supreme spear of the 9 heavens made for him. Ho Yeon had even named it after him. To him, that meant more than a technique. It meant she saw him as someone special. It combined the supreme spear of the 9 heavens with the deadly soul-chasing spear. With moves and stances shaped for Seung-min, the match began. He gripped his spear and launched the technique he had learned, then followed with the soul-chasing strike. Ho Yeon calmly waited for him. With a small movement, she avoided the attack. He kept pressing forward, stronger, sharper, and more controlled. His second stance was lightning-splitting pursuit. Compared to before, the boy who once barely handled a spear had changed completely. He had learned force, how to redirect and throw off an enemy's strike, and control how to pressure and block. He also learned subtle thrusts meant to break through defenses. Those were basic spear skills, but he had picked them up on his own. Still, he would need daily practice to truly master them. In this fight with Ho Yeon, he showed all of that growth. Even so, he still couldn't use his full strength. Frustrated, he mixed explosive energy into each strike, just like she taught him. Ho Yeon was pleased to see he had listened. But as he tired out, he felt the huge gap between them. Even after reaching second class with Ho Yeon's help, she stopped him using only her right hand. He was facing a true master. She stayed relaxed the whole time, while he couldn't break through at all. Still, he attacked again. She blocked every strike without trouble. One by one, all 19 attacks were stopped by that same right hand. When none landed, he knew he had lost. But for the last strike, he caught her off guard and brought the spear tip close to her face. He smiled, thinking he had done it, but she vanished at once. Before he could react, she was behind him, proving the match was over. Even so, Ho Yeon praised him and admitted his talent. With the internal energy he now had, Seung-min was made for martial arts. Without noticing it, he had even sensed her presence first, something only the gifted could do. She believed in him so much that she said one day his spear would become extraordinary. She spoke as if she could already see 10 years ahead. For her, the fight had been easy, but she was still happy because he showed more than she expected. Then she said they would meet again in 10 years. A month earlier, she had asked about his goal in life, and he still had no answer. So she told him to make her his goal instead. Without a goal, a person just drifts through life. Her challenge was simple. Come back in 10 years strong enough to beat her. Seung-min hesitated, saying he could never reach her level. He said he had no talent. Unlike Ho Yeon, a genius who had taken many elixirs. They had started from completely different places. That old inferiority from his past life was dragging him down again. Ho Yeon openly showed her frustration. She hated that weakness in him, and her words lit anger in his eyes. He snapped that he had arrived in Aria with nothing, no talent, no support. He had fought a boar in the mud and lived like trash until he died. Ho Yeon fired back that he had learned mystical arts and become a second-rate warrior in only 3 months. Even after getting another chance, he still wouldn't dream bigger or aim higher. She kept trying to make him see it, but he only got angrier. Then Ho Yeon realized just how furious he really was. Seung-min couldn't believe he was being lectured by a 7-year-old. Still, he finally accepted her challenge and made her his goal. Then he awkwardly said he would pierce her heart with his spear, which scared Ho Yeon because that was not what she meant. Friends don't kill each other. Once the heat of the moment passed, he agreed, then got embarrassed. Ho Yeon teased him again, leaving him flustered and annoyed. In the end, they promised to meet again in 10 years. Smiling, she said she would look forward to his spear. He paused, feeling that sounded a little weird. Even at her age, she loved teasing him. There was a big age gap, but she just joked around with it. She stepped closer and kept pressuring him. And she declared that in 10 years, she would be fully grown, so he would have nothing to complain about. Sung-min then set 3 goals: survive, use every chance his memories gave him, and as Ho-yeon stood ready to leave with her bundle, he said goodbye. He promised they would meet again in 10 years, and he looked forward to that day. His last goal, the most important one, was not dying before then. He promised Ho-yeon he would stay alive, because now he had something and someone to live for. Then the 2 friends went their separate ways. In Xenoverse, Lee Sun-min gained 3 big things: the martial skeleton, the true celestial cultivation technique, and the tournament of the classless. Only people without a class could enter that tournament. 10 months after Ho-yeon left, Xenoverse held it again. By then, Lee Sun-min had reached first-grade martial skill, so winning was easy. His prize was a secret elixir that boosted internal energy. He drank it right away, though compared to what Ho-yeon had given him, it felt far less impressive. With that, Lee Sun-min felt he had gotten everything he could from Xenoverse. Now it was time to leave. And on the way out, he met Hans, the street vendor. Hans congratulated him and asked what he wanted to buy. It quickly turned into a farewell since Sun-min was leaving. Hans understood and smiled, proud but a little sad. He had known Sun-min since the start and believed the classless boy would do well outside the city and survive for a long time. Before Sun-min left, Hans gave him something. It was a used dimensional bag with 50% more space than his old one. Sun-min was confused about why Hans would hand over something so valuable. Hans just said gifts should be accepted, and the bag wasn't worth much to resell anyway. It was a goodbye gift, and when Sun-min became famous, he could repay him 100 times over. He only wanted Sun-min to remember that a simple street vendor had helped him at the start. Grateful, Sun-min thanked him. Before leaving, he went back to the inn where he had been staying. There, Lula, the innkeeper's daughter, stopped him. She quickly realized he was leaving. The room was far too neat, so it was easy to tell. She pointed out that cleaning rooms was supposed to be her job. Sun-min realized how thankful he was for his time at the inn. Lula knew people like Sun-min always left the city eventually, and she was used to that. Still, when he confirmed he was going, she looked sad. She didn't want to accept that he was leaving so suddenly. Before he could go, she blurted out that she hoped he died horribly somewhere far away. Then she stomped off in anger. Jack, the innkeeper, saw his daughter's outburst and was left confused by how hard women could be to understand. He apologized, saying she was still young. Sun-min took it calmly, showing the maturity he carried inside. Then Jack gave him an old cloak from his younger days. It had heat retention magic and sword magic, making it very useful despite its plain look. Sun-min thanked him, and Jack told him to get it resized, since it was too big. He added that Sun-min was the best classless guest the inn had ever had. With tears in his eyes, Jack told him to stay safe. Sun-min put on the cloak and left the inn. But he stopped when he heard someone running toward him. Right as he was leaving, Lula shouted his name and ran up to him. When he turned, she was standing there behind him. She had run so hard, she was out of breath. After taking a moment to recover, she lowered her head and took back what she had said earlier. Sweat ran down her face as she told him she wanted him to live a long life instead. Sun-min was surprised she had come all that way just to say that. From her heart, Lula wished for him to live long, and if he ever got tired, to come back to this city. He thanked her and smiled and, touched by her kindness. Then she admitted that somewhere along the way, she had started seeing him differently. She didn't understand the feeling, but thought she had started to like him. After her confession, they stood in silence until Sun-min said he had already known. Lula was scared he might die, so he told her not to worry. Then they said goodbye. But once it was real, Lula burst into tears. In his past life, Sun-min needed 3 years to finish at Xenoverse. This time, it took only 1. Back then, he left with no good memories. Now he was leaving with memories he wanted to keep. He looked back and wondered if he would ever return to Aria. With that thought, he left, carrying one promise to stay alive. Lee Sun-min reached Mount Mercy while still very young. His next step was choosing a prohibition, and if he wanted to survive, he had to endure it. He remembered Ho Yeon asking where they should meet again, since she barely knew this world's map. Thinking of a central place, he chose Behenga. There's still 9 years until that promise. But now he had a new question. Where should he go first? He didn't need to rush to Behenga. He even thought about becoming a mercenary again, but that meant repeating his old life. This time, he wanted a different path. He needed time to grow, so he thought of Mount Mercy, land of the god of trials and tribulations in Aria. People said training there could become hundreds of times more effective, and Mount Mercy was close by. So he made his choice. Once he found the mountain, he started training under the prohibitions given by a priest. He received 2. The first was the prohibition of weight. His body, clothes, and even the things in his bag all became heavy. Even bread felt like lead. The second one was even worse. The moment he bit into the bread, he got sick. Food now tasted so awful that he threw up at once. That was his second prohibition. It twisted his sense of taste. He didn't lose taste completely. Instead, everything he ate tasted disgusting. Not just the flavor, but the texture too. It felt as horrible as biting into a wriggling bug. He was shaken when he realized he might not be able to eat or drink. For a moment, he thought about quitting. Maybe he didn't need this trial. If he went straight to Bahadur and worked as a mercenary, he would likely reach rank B quickly. That alone would beat his old life. Still, he kept thinking about Wooji Ho Yeon. Remembering her, he forced himself to eat the bread. It filled his mouth with the worst tastes imaginable. But he kept going. Even while cursing mercy for such a cruel prohibition, he chose to endure. It nearby, the goddess whispered that he was an insolent human. Then he suddenly felt energy moving through his body. He turned around, saw no one, and wondered if he had imagined it. A week passed. The weather kept growing harsher, but he still tried to hunt and spotted a deer. He gripped his ring, hid, and waited for the right moment before lunging at it, but when he got close, the deer looked so harmless that he couldn't bring himself to kill it. He froze, and the deer escaped. Lee Sun-min's time on the mountain kept growing harder, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. Exhausted, he set down his spear and thought about his life. With no proper nutrition, he survived on bread and water. On that mountain, he had to find his own food, clothing, and shelter while enduring the prohibitions. The weather swung between extremes, and the beasts were fast and strong too. Weight made hunting difficult, and even if he succeeded, the taste prohibition made eating nearly impossible. He had planned to train there for at least 2 years, yet after 1 week, he was already near his limit. While thinking about that, he sensed someone strange coming closer. Then a woman appeared. He didn't know her and wondered who she was. There was a rule on the mountain that kept practitioners from harming each other, so maybe he was safe. Still, the woman had a prohibition that kept her from speaking. She could only use gestures. Sun-min quickly realized she carried the voice prohibition. Then the same deer from before appeared in front of him, dead. Using a stick, the woman wrote on the ground in Irius common language. She had been watching him for days and knew he would die soon at this rate, so she came to help. He was grateful, but still suspicious, so he asked what she wanted in return. She wanted nothing. She was simply helping. That strange woman ended up helping him completely. She called herself just a kind person, and whenever he was in trouble, she appeared again. One day, he asked her name and was stunned by the answer. She was Baksogo, a legendary figure from his past life, known as Baksogo the Lightning. She was famous for moving as fast as a flash. But meeting a future legend wasn't what shocked him most. He knew that 8 years later, she would be killed by Wooji Hoyan, the little celestial demon. On Mount Mercy, practitioners received brutal new prohibitions every 6 months, and they couldn't harm each other. Sun-min tried to figure out how Baksogo could have died, wondering if it happened in some dungeon. Beside him, the woman watched him carefully. He flinched when she suddenly moved again. She wrote on a stone with her fingers, checking on him and worrying that he was starving again. Even with her great martial skill, her prohibition stopped her from using sound transmission too. As he looked closer, he noticed something else was wrong with her. After 1.5 years on the mountain, her newest prohibition had made her unable to feel her left arm. Just like him, she also lived with harsh limits. Baksogo pitied him, especially because he could no longer enjoy food. Curious, he asked what kinds of prohibitions the others had, so she decided to introduce him to the others who had trained there for over half a year. Before he could think, Baksogo vanished like lightning. Startled, he wondered how anyone could ever match her speed. Even without the weight prohibition, he couldn't move that fast. With his heavy body, he realized he should work more on movement skills. Interested, he tried asking Baksogo to teach him, then awkwardly said he was joking. Instead, she grabbed him with one arm and lifted him. Since he was too slow, she decided to carry him on her back. Panicked, he asked her to wait a second so he could understand what was happening. But she ignored him and ran. When they reached the others, a terrible smell hit them. Scarlet, a future Grand Mage, had prohibitions that stopped her from bathing or changing clothes. Pichajan, the future Phantom Sword, had lost sight in both eyes. Baksogo had restrictions on her left eye, left arm, and voice. Lee Sun-min quickly realized he was surrounded by people he knew by name. In the future, they would all become famous powers in Iria. But right now, they were still unknown. Scarlet asked what his prohibitions were. When she heard he had started with 2, she doubted him and wondered how long he would last. Dapijan said that for someone seeking power on Mount Mercy, 2 prohibitions made sense. The old man believed the boy was willing to break past his limits, no matter the cost. Sunmin agreed with every word, even if his answer gave the others chills. Dapijan explained that all kinds of people came to the mountain, but only 4 had stayed through the last 6 months. He said he would be watching to see what the boy did next. He also pointed out that Baksogo had started with 2 prohibitions as well. Once introductions were over, they headed back. But she had said 4 people had trained there for more than a year and a half. That meant there was a 5th person, someone named Flam, a name that made everyone wary. Dapijan warned that Flam was dangerous and shouldn't be introduced to the boy. Sumin didn't understand why everyone feared the last practitioner, but he let it go. Time passed, and after 4 brutal months, he had grown much stronger. The prohibitions worsened, adding more weight and making food even harder to endure. Even so, his progress was impressive. After those 4 months, his Violet Dawn mystic art reached 3 stars. His attacks also became far more accurate and powerful. Mount Mercy was brutal, but the results were worth it. Turned, by day, he trained with the Supreme Ring of the 9 Heavens summon style. At night, he practiced the Violet Dawn mystic art. He accepted the pain as part of his path, even when it felt like his bones might snap. This was the fate he had chosen. His body changed as he grew stronger, and his clothes started to feel too small. Then he saw a new face, someone his age watching him with interest. The young man seemed impressed by the spear technique he had just seen. Standing nearby, the newcomer said he had never seen someone his own age on the mountain. He introduced himself as Flam, the very name everyone had spoken with fear. Curious, he asked the name of the boy with such impressive skill. Elsewhere, Scarlet sat practicing magic while thinking about true geniuses. Dapijan had explained that Flam's talent was so overwhelming that he laughed while standing above everyone else. That was why Sun Min had been warned not to meet him, or he would fall into endless despair. Remembering the old man's warning, he nervously introduced himself as Lee Sun Min. Flam smiled, realizing the boy had already heard about him. Then he turned away and said he needed to train with his spear, not chat. Sun Min could hardly believe Flam was a real genius. As Flam walked off, Sun Min decided not to waste time on someone like that. The boy wouldn't leave him alone and kept following him with question after question. When Lee Sun Min said he would go train, he noticed his spear was gone. He turned and saw Flam holding it, clearly trying to provoke him. The grin on Flam's face was creepy. For a martial artist, having someone snatch your weapon was the worst insult. But before anger hit, Sun Min was only confused. Flam casually said he would give it back after borrowing it for a bit. Then he started copying Sun Min's moves. Using the supreme balance of the 9 Heavens summon style, he tried a new attack. He somehow remembered perfectly the move Sun Min had used to cut down a tree. With smooth, thunder-like strikes, Flam copied the spear technique Sun Min had built over months. After seeing the damage, he admitted it was a great spear art. Lee Sun Min was shaken. Flam had copied a technique after seeing it only once. Flam just smiled, then laughed, pleased that he was better than Lee Sun Min. Sun Min burned with shame. Flam couldn't understand why people came to this mountain to train so hard when he could beat them all so easily. Still, he said none of them were like him. Confused, Sun Min listened closely. Flam called Baksogo, Scarlet, and Dapijan strange, and said he could copy any practitioner's techniques. Even Flam didn't know why he was like that. To Sun Min, Flam shone like a sun above everyone else. So how could an ordinary person like him ever catch up to monsters like that? It felt different from being with Hoyan, who never showed off her talent, acting superior while pretending to be normal. Flam asked what Sun Min's prohibition was, and he said he had 4 of them, and even mocked one about humility, making Sun Min step back. Flam tried to hand the spear back, but Sun Min refused. Idiot. He wanted nothing to do with Flam anymore, overwhelmed by anger, shame, and helplessness. Flam couldn't understand the hostility. He even told Sun Min to leave the mountain if he was too weak, because that was as far as he got. On this mountain, hurting another practitioner was strictly forbidden. When Sun Min moved at him, Flam only mocked him. He said Sun Min attacked only because he knew Goddess Mercy's rules kept anyone from getting hurt. Baksogo appeared without a sound and watched the whole thing. Flam defended himself, saying he had only borrowed the spear and Sun Min was overreacting. He also said the spear technique was excellent, but the hero wasn't good enough to master it. The stronger the martial art, the harder it was to perfect. So Sun Min still had a lot of training ahead. On this mountain, harsher prohibitions brought greater blessings from Mercy. So Flam said the only way to grow faster was to push yourself to the edge. Then his prohibition suddenly stopped him from saying more. Behind him, Baksogo looked genuinely impressed by his boldness. But it was already too late. Sun Min had figured out what he needed to do next. Filled with emotion, he ran toward the temple. Baksogo desperately tried to call out to him, but her prohibition kept her from speaking. The word talent kept pounding through his mind, crushing his pride. Meanwhile, the young man desperately called for Goddess Mercy. His inferiority kept growing until frustration turned into despair. Hearing her name, Mercy appeared to meet the human who called her. Gripping his spear, he declared that he wanted another prohibition. Lee Sun Min found himself in a strange space filled with divine presence. The being he had called stood before him. It was Mercy, the goddess of prohibitions, and this was her domain. He asked to make sure she really was Mercy. And she was. The goddess had answered his call. Curious, she asked if he truly wanted to add another prohibition. He already carried taste and weight, both brutally hard. Even so, he was ready to bear one more. Mercy doubted the reason behind his choice. His soul carried the mark of someone who had gone back in time, a regressor. A god could see a mortal's causality. Everyone was born fated to die, and defying that law distorted fate itself. Those who broke their destined limits were called transcendental beings. He was not one of them, yet he had still twisted causality and returned to the past after death. Every existence was tied to cause and effect. Defying death was unnatural, and his soul would pay a huge karmic price. Nothing would happen while he lived, but after death he would suffer for millions of hours. That was the true cost of breaking the law. But the protagonist didn't seem worried about death at all. In front of him, Baksogo looked deeply upset by what he had done. She had realized he added another prohibition despite already carrying 2 terrible ones. As he trembled, he noticed he had made her worry. Her face showed surprise at his words. Then she asked what kind of prohibition he had chosen. Now he would bear the prohibitions of heat and dreams. Restrictions tied to senses and abstract things were far worse. First stole all warmth from his body. Sunlight and fire meant nothing. The second turned sleep into endless nightmares, forcing his worst memories to repeat. His parents, childhood fears, anxiety, and every painful thing haunted his dreams. Sleep no longer brought rest, and Baksogo realized just how insane he was. What he did was reckless, and even if he grew strong quickly, the cost would be awful. While she argued with him, the young man quietly answered. With a sad face, he said he had no talent at all. His growth was too slow for someone carrying so many restrictions. That gap between effort and talent made Baksogo wonder what kind of person he really was. Lee Sun Min had chosen a goal beyond what his talent should allow, and Flam had shown him what needed to be done. If he wanted to stand beside people with absurd talent, he had to do something just as extreme. At that moment, the woman understood his reason. The 2 fell silent. Neither said a word. Then she smiled, seeing how enormous his goal really was. Baksogo also wanted to become the strongest in the world, so she understood him. The boy listened, confused. He remembered asking her before to teach him movement techniques. Even if she had called it a joke back then, now she meant to teach him. She handed him a secret manual called Shadowless Soul Flight. It was both a movement art and a mystic art, holding everything she knew about mobility techniques. As he flipped through it, he saw how incredible it was. She didn't fully know why she was giving away something so precious, but she knew he would never quit. From now on, he was to call her senior sister. With a soft smile, she admitted she felt for him and cared about him. Besides, she liked to think of herself as someone who helped others. The protagonist trained again, keeping Muji Hoyan's memory close. He switched between the supreme spear of the 9 heavens and soul pursuit. By the 5th stance, he was already using deadly lightning. In his mind, he pictured the damage his own body would take while facing Hoyan. Even after more than 10 years of training, he still couldn't beat the little celestial demon. In the end, Hoyan said teaching him martial arts had been a mistake and gave up on him. Using her power, she decided to take back everything she had given him. After destroying his Dantian, he would never use martial arts again. As she walked away, Sun Min desperately called out to his friend. Each step felt like his body was breaking past its limit, filling him with fear. Lee Sun Min jolted awake from that nightmare about Wuji Hoyan. He was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding. Then he realized it was only a dream. Relieved for a second, he tried to steady his shaking hands, then noticed the mysterious girl watching him. Startled, he stared at Scarlet, who had been observing him while he slept. She brought up his recent actions, especially adding more prohibitions. Her closeness made him uneasy, and the smell around her was so strong it stung his eyes. With a sarcastic tone, she mocked his choices, dreams, and heat, and said he was going to die. He was already feeling sick from the smell when Dapajun arrived. They had come for a reason to help him. Confused, he couldn't understand why they had suddenly shown up. Scarlet repeated that they were there to help Lee Sun Min. The mute woman had sent them along with magical tools. Once he realized Baxago was behind this, he understood. Scarlet had brought magic scrolls he could use to learn spells. With those scrolls, using magic would become much easier. Dapajun offered a more direct kind of help, training his body to handle the pain of the prohibitions. Determined, the young man was ready to do everything he could. At that moment, the two prepared him for battle. Scarlet taught him 4 kinds of magic, starting with mental cleansing. It was meant to purify his mind after the nightmares had polluted it. The second spell was a simple one that could strengthen him faster. That made it very useful for enduring the weight prohibition. As he sparred with Dapajun, he used the 3rd spell to recover from fatigue. It was a magic that restored stamina, but using too much of it would drain his life force and could fail. Still, if he wanted to survive that hellish training, he had no other choice. Even after all that preparation, his fight against the old blind man was still poor. He couldn't even last 100 seconds, but Sun Min said he would do better next time. Then the heat prohibition suddenly shook through his whole body. Dapajun did what he could to help, pressing spots on his body to make him handle the cold better. Not long after, the boy started feeling a little better. The sword phantom pressed his blood vessels to speed up his metabolism so he could endure the prohibition. After helping him, the old man quietly walked off. He said it was hard to find a sparring partner on that mountain. Lee Sun Min felt grateful and knew he would have died long ago without all this help. Since his regression, the people around him had been much kinder. Thinking about that, he realized how strange it was. To him, people normally weren't like that. Ever since he came back, everyone had treated him better than they did in his old memory. As he walked, Scarlet called out to the old man, who noticed her awful smell from far away. She got annoyed at being judged just because she hadn't bathed for a few days. The two talked about Lee Sun Min and how much they were helping him. For a man who cared only about martial arts, the old man was looking after the boy with real care. And it wasn't just him. Scarlet had made magic scrolls herself. When they thought about it, neither understood why they were helping so much. They only knew they couldn't just leave him alone. As Sun Min thought about all that kindness, he chose to stop dwelling on it. In this new life, he saw himself as just a lucky boy. Half a year passed, and the warrior gripped his weapon with all his strength. He kept training deep in the forest all by himself, his face full of exhaustion. Even so, he refused to quit. Beside him, another person called him a lava. Even that person was impressed, saying he never thought Sun Min would last this long. The warrior stayed kneeling where he was. He said nothing. He had ignored that person from the day they met. Maybe he had taken the prohibition, a voice after reaching the half-year mark for convenience. Still talking non-stop, The other said he expected Sun Min to pick only harsher prohibitions. Suddenly, the warrior lowered his weapon to the ground. The boy watched him closely. He was nothing like he had been 6 months ago. His dodging, balance, and movement were now clean and steady. The techniques he learned from Baksogo fit him well, and the watcher figured even a lava could grow if it kept crawling. Laughing, he said crawling was all Sun Min could do after taking on 5 prohibitions. Sun Min ignored every word and kept training. Curious, the other watched again with wide eyes. At last, he picked up his weapon. He demanded to know why he was still being ignored, saying he could read Sun Min's body language anyway. Tired, the boy wondered if this guy had nothing better to do. He knew the other was dangerous, but also knew he couldn't be killed because of the rule against violence. Even so, his companion hit him. The warrior fell, not even noticing the attack in time. The other laughed, saying it was pathetic watching him crawl around like a lava. He had found a way to hurt him indirectly. Holding up his sword, he said Sun Min couldn't do anything like that. The weapon was a chi sword. He taunted him, saying he would never have power like this. So while Sun Min had to struggle for every step, others like him could reach that level easily. Even with all those barriers, the protagonist would keep going, and that shocked the other. To him, there was only endless despair for someone so untalented. Maybe all that effort was pointless, but Sun Min would still fight in his own way. No matter how long it took, he would keep moving forward like a lava. The other could stay arrogant. One day, Sun Min would drive his spear into that proud body. Even while showing off, the boy stayed silent. Then he drove the spear harder into the tree. The other understood everything Sun Min was trying to say without words. Standing there, he looked imposing. In the end, he only said that if Sun Min really believed that, he would be waiting for that day. The protagonist had no plans to quit or break down halfway. A month later, Lee Sun Min had spent a full year on the mountain, and it was time to choose another prohibition. He chose the prohibition of hearing. It was torture. His ears were filled with horrible noise he could never get used to. Now carrying 6 prohibitions, he stood near death every day, but still swung his spear without fail. His movements let him dodge, stay grounded, and strike cleanly. He trained the supreme spear of the 9 heavens, the mystic arts of violet dawn and shadowless soul flight. His fights with Dapajon and training with Baksogo also helped him improve. Only Scarlet wasn't much help. As Lee Sun Min grew stronger, his body felt heavier, food tasted worse, and his dreams became harsher. The chills got worse too, endless noise filled his ears. Still, it sometimes helped by blocking Flam's annoying chatter when he came around to bother him. So, little by little, like a lava, the protagonist kept growing stronger. When he met Mercy, he asked why she had called him since the next prohibition was still weeks away. She faced him and congratulated him for passing his test. Confused, he had no idea what she meant. Then Flam suddenly appeared before him. The protagonist was badly startled. Mercy explained that Flam himself was the test. Then everything started making sense. Baksogo, Scarlet, and Dapajon had all become known as strong and respected people in Iria. But he had never heard of Flam, and with that much power, he couldn't be some nobody. What was strange was that Flam didn't actually exist. Flam explained that he used his great power to push practitioners into despair. Even the most gifted would see him and fall into complete misery. They would panic, lose their minds, and run away from Flam. But the protagonist was different. Even without talent, he threw himself into an even harder trial and made Flam his target. It was reckless, but Flam still hadn't managed to break him. So that recklessness worked in his favor. Mercy told the warrior not to reveal Flam's identity to the other practitioners, or he would face divine wrath. Either way, the young man would keep training on the mountain. His reward for passing the test would come when he left. Mercy even offered him power beyond what 100 years of training could give if Lee Sun Min offered up his soul. He refused. He would rather keep crawling forward and earn his strength slowly. That made Lee Sun Min think for a moment about what he could do. He truly hated the word effort. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't keep up with all those geniuses. But being gifted didn't mean they never had to work either. In the end, he hated people who brushed off every real difference by saying it all came down to effort. At the same time, he had clung to that word since his past life, where defeatism became his shelter. Now, in this life, he had too many fateful chances to hide behind excuses about different starting points. That shelter was gone, so the only thing left was to move forward. Only now was he truly starting to put effort into something. Even so, Lee said he could endure to the end because he liked it. Mercy's face brightened when she saw his resolve. Then she turned away and asked if she could talk to herself for a moment. She said there were no coincidences in Iria. Everything happened for a reason. Iria called in travelers from other worlds and dimensions, giving them abilities as benefits, but no one still knew why. The protagonist realized Mercy wasn't really talking to herself, she was speaking to him. That meant she was telling him something she couldn't say directly. The girl went quiet for a moment. If the protagonist had returned, then something was coming that required his return. So he had to be ready, worthy of the reason he had been sent back. She ended that thought with a smile. There was worry in her eyes. Raising one hand, she declared this was her territory and told someone to leave unless they wanted to be destroyed. A fragment started breaking apart and cracks opened into holes. Not understanding anything, the protagonist stood still until Mercy told him to go back right now. He had to finish training. There was no time to waste. Before he could answer, she sent him away. She wasn't sure if Lee Sun-min could stop what was coming. He needed to understand the final destiny. Days later, the sixth chosen prohibition was smell. The stench from the top of Scarlet's head kept hitting the warrior's nose. Maybe choosing smell wasn't such a good idea. A woman with a strange air appeared beside him. The harsher the prohibition, the more power he gained. So even through nausea and vomiting, he endured it. Baksogo now carried the prohibitions of taste and hearing, along with the pain of her scattered senses. Compared to what she had suffered before, this felt even worse. The sense prohibition was harsher than she expected. The boy listened when she said she had something to tell him. She firmly said she would be leaving the mountain very soon. The two exchanged quiet, curious looks. Truthfully, Baksogo didn't need to suffer this much. She was already ranked among the geniuses. After 2 years on the mountain, she had probably reached her goal. The protagonist asked if she was really leaving, and she said yes. As for him, he would stay longer. Sadness showed in her eyes as she understood they would part. Even so, she said she was sure they would meet again. Baksogo quietly looked at the protagonist she had shared the mountain with for so long. The little boy from before had grown into someone strong. But if she left, he might die by taking even harsher prohibitions and pushing too far. So the woman thought about staying longer to finish teaching him shadowless soul flight. Lee Sun-min told her he would be fine without her. Thanks to Baksogo, he had endured pain for a long time and could now carry his own burden. He thanked Numi, saying he wouldn't be alive without her. Hearing that, her face lit up with a soft, happy smile. She stepped closer and hugged him. Caught off guard, he felt a little awkward. Then he dropped his guard. His expression grew gentler, and he accepted her honest hug. After pulling back a little, Baksogo told him he was the toughest person she had ever met. The more she learned about him, the more she saw he wasn't desperate like the others. He disagreed, saying he had fallen into despair again and again, but always came back. Impressed, she called him amazing and admitted she gave up facing Flam after meeting him. Then, looking straight at him, she sincerely asked him not to die. He answered with the same promise. He would never die. It wasn't just Baksogo. Dapijun and Scarlet also left the mountain. It had been a long time since he felt this lonely. Back in his old life, he had been so cautious that he trusted no one. Now he knew people couldn't live alone. Without them, he wouldn't have survived. He stood still, watching a light in the sky. Something inside him had changed, and the wall around his heart had fallen. For a moment, there was no smell, no weight, and no sound. That brief freedom felt endless, and even the familiar world looked different. Just as he had changed, the world had changed too. Summer arrived with the sound of cicadas. 7 years later, Baksogo would meet Wuji Hoyan in a dungeon and die by her hand. To repay her kindness, he swore to stop that future. He kicked at an insect. The cicadas still got away. Cicadas stay underground for 10 years before emerging, so he had 7 years to stop that disaster. In 7 years, he might become incredibly strong or not. Either way, he was determined to change. His martial arts improved every day, but it still wasn't enough. He wanted more, trained harder, and even gave up sleep. The trick to moving without sight wasn't special. To survive the ban on vision, he sharpened his other senses and memorized the terrain. His world went dark and touch was the only sense Lee Sun-min could rely on. After a week, he could move little by little, guided only by sounds in the darkness. Eventually, those sounds started to feel like cicada songs, and as he listened, he kept swinging his spear without noticing time. His body began using martial arts on its own, and his thoughts deepened. Like a larva, he longed to become a cicada. But even that wasn't enough. He still wanted more. Confused, he didn't know what he wanted to become or why he had regressed at all. The seasons changed, and he could feel it in the wind on his skin. Still, his days stayed the same. He only kept spinning his spear. As time passed, he got used to the dark world. Then mercy appeared in her home. Lee Sun-min wanted the trial to end. Days later, he noticed something different in his body. After so long, Mercy had returned his senses. He could see again. The horrible smells and noises were gone. His body felt light, and the chills had disappeared. Mercy kept watching him. She was wondering how to reward him. Lee Sun-min had spent 3 years on the mountain and endured every prohibition amazingly well. Most people who got too carried away either died or gave up, so she was glad someone like him had appeared and felt he deserved a special reward. Calmly, Mercy asked what he wanted. Excited, he first said he wanted to fight like Lude, but that wasn't really it. After thinking it over, he tried to sort out what he truly wanted. Time was running out, so he needed to get stronger. With real excitement, he said he wanted far more power, even if he wasn't fully sure what that meant, and asked if Mercy could give him what he needed. The girl answered carefully that what he needed most was more time. He was stunned when he realized she could actually grant that. She placed a mark on his body and told him to show it to Denadar and Dromore. Denadar was the god of time, and he would test him. As a friendly warning, she told him to stay alert. Denadar's trials were far harsher than hers. In the end, everything would depend on him, because a dangerous fate still waited ahead. Smiling, he said he liked things just the way they were. With that decided, they could move on to the reward for surviving 3 years on the mountain. He happily called Mercy a very generous goddess. For his reward, she brought out a man in a suit and tie. He was Neville, a negotiator from Erebrisa, and he was pleased to meet the protagonist. Neville asked Mercy if this was her recommended new member. Still, he wasn't sure the boy was qualified to join the guild. Mercy told Neville to look again. Once he did, he quickly apologized, realizing the boy was more than qualified. He had only been judging him by the level of his martial arts. At his age, that level would earn respect anywhere. Then they started talking about the great guild, Erebrisa. It handled deals, requests, auctions, and information. It could get clients almost anything. Curious, he asked if they sold elixirs and martial arts manuals, and Neville said yes. The guild even had the great healing elixir of Shaolin and Mount Hua's cherry blossom sword technique. Rare items like that were exactly Erebrisa's specialty. Mercy wasn't a member, but she bought things from them sometimes. A brokerage guild serving a god as a client was pretty strange. Neville reached out his hand and confidently asked him to join. With nothing to lose, he accepted. Neville handed him a paper and told him to sign at the bottom. Just like that, he officially became a member of Erebrisa. Neville snapped his fingers and gave him a joining gift. The protagonist's whole look changed, leaving him far more presentable with new clothes and a cleaner haircut. Neville said goodbye and told him to ask if he ever needed anything. Mercy asked if he liked the gift, and Lee Sun-min said he was satisfied. Joining Erebrisa was a huge gain, so he had every reason to be pleased. He said his first stop would be Behenga, but the goddess warned him to remember his real goal. She told him not to forget what she had said while pretending to talk to herself. As he walked, he remembered her words. There was a reason for his regression. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the fierce beasts coming near. Even with monsters in front of him, he showed no despair. His mind was fixed on what wasn't a coincidence. As he fought, he kept wondering who had set all these events in motion. Then he charged with his weapon and pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. After 3 years of training on the mountain, he had reached the peak of martial arts. At just 18, that was unbelievable. Others might call him a genius, but he knew he got this far through blessings and brutal hardship. His goal was simple: keep growing stronger through the chances fate gave him. After beating his enemies, he headed for Behenga with firm resolve. Smiling, he decided to become a mercenary. Magic armor Devnark was hidden in the Black Mage's dungeon near Behenga. In the original future, a crank mercenary found it by chance. That armor was incredible. It could raise a crank mercenary from the 2nd or 3rd tier to peak martial artist level. And if a peak martial artist wore it, they might even reach the supreme peak. Even though he could have stayed on the mountain longer, he couldn't miss that chance. The Black Mage's dungeon would be cleared in a year and a half, so before then he needed to establish himself in Behenga as a mercenary. At Behenga's mercenary guild, the boy made his request. The bartender had no idea why the boy was telling him all that. If he wanted to become a mercenary, he was supposed to go upstairs and talk to the receptionist. One customer eating nearby laughed at the boy for wanting to be a mercenary. Before he understood what had happened, the fork was gone from his hand, and suddenly the boy was holding it while the customer searched for it. After seeing that, the bartender realized he was a peak martial artist. Apologizing for his earlier attitude, he offered him a seat as curious people gathered around them. Then the two sat down, and the bartender introduced himself as Mage Baron, head of the Behenga branch of the Mercenary Guild. The protagonist wasn't impressed when Baron said he worked the first floor as a bartender for fun. In his past life, Behenga had been the first place he worked as a mercenary. Looking over the papers, Baron said a peak martial artist would normally receive an rank mercenary title. But he also knew this was a young, inexperienced boy who had only trained in the mountains. They still needed a fighter, so the boy would have to prove himself. Baron chose a fitting mission for the test and said another rank mercenary would go with him. If he completed the job, he would earn the title. The mission started the very next day. It didn't take long for the mercenary to find his new partner annoying, because he barely spoke. At first, the man thought this was the funny kid who stole that fool's fork at the guild, but he soon saw he was wrong. The boy gave no reaction to any of it. Even so, his companion admitted the kid would probably become popular. That man was lewd and shrank mercenary they had never met before, but the protagonist knew his name from his past life. Lude was assigned as his partner for this mission and was probably there to watch how he performed. Curious, Lude asked if he had ever fought an ogre before. The young man answered honestly that he hadn't. Ogres were some of the strongest monsters in Iria, with magic resistance and skin as hard as steel. Their job was to take down an ogre spotted in the forest near a village. As they walked, Lude said 2 shranks should be enough to kill one. Still, something about the forest felt off. It looked too small for an ogre to live in. The protagonist asked what he meant. Lude explained that ogres were at least 3 meters tall, and some reached 5, so they needed a huge amount of food. A forest this small shouldn't be enough to feed one. Then the young man suddenly told Lude to stop. Lude tensed and asked what he had noticed. A deer lay on the ground, ripped completely apart. That kind of damage could have come from an ogre, but there were no signs it had actually eaten the deer. Lude couldn't smell anything either, which made it even stranger. Then both of them heard a strange noise. Something was rushing straight at them. The 2 warriors immediately readied themselves. They exchanged a quick look and prepared to fight. Then they charged with their weapons drawn. A giant creature burst forward, smashing everything around it. Both of them froze for a moment, unsure what they were even facing. Lude panicked. It was nothing like the report. He knew they couldn't handle this, and that the best option was to run. The monster had huge claws and an insanely powerful body. It was a modified chimera ogre. A chimera was a magical creature made to become the ultimate life form. By mixing different species, it could overcome the limits normal creatures had. Even one made from a weak goblin would still be at least rank B. Its danger was hard to measure, but with an ogre as the base, everything changed. Not even shrank mercenaries could deal with something like that. Even the protagonist felt a chill. The giant monster kept tearing through the trees. Debris flew everywhere, but he decided he couldn't run. The ogre suddenly charged at him. Its fist was already right in front of his face. Lude kept retreating, shouting a warning as he ran. The protagonist sharpened his focus, then leaped aside and dodged the blow with shadowless soul flight and untraceable steps. Seeing that bold move, Lude watched from behind a tree, stunned by how fast the boy had moved. This wasn't Mercy's mountain anymore. and the heavy restriction on his body was gone. Here, he believed he could beat the monster. He moved again, mixing shadowless soul flight with shadow dance. As he ran up the creature's body, it noticed him. Closing in, he used the supreme spear of the 9 heavens. His strike carried the soul-chasing kill blow. But Lee Sung-min quickly realized how hard this fight would be. Its skin was nearly impossible to pierce. Even a direct hit barely did anything. His chi sword attack hadn't left a single mark. Lude realized the reward would be the same as for a normal ogre, so this was nowhere near worth the risk. Still, escape no longer seemed possible, so he decided to help. But then he got a message telling him to stay back. After realizing it was sound transmission, he stopped. The boy knew how dangerous the monster was and didn't want Lude getting close. Through the message, he reminded Lude that he had never fought an ogre before. Even so, he understood what he was dealing with, though he still didn't know why his sword had done no damage. Even then, Lee Sung-min believed he could kill the chimera. With sword in hand, he used the supreme spear of the 9 heavens together with lightning-splitting strike. The blow landed cleanly, but when he pulled the weapon back, the ogre still stood firm. Lude grew even more desperate when he saw it wasn't hurt. He knew anything he did would be useless, but Lee Sung-min refused to back down and kept his weapon ready. The monster's eyes showed growing impatience. Once more, he closed in. With a jump, he rose above the creature. He aimed for its eyes, the one place that seemed softer than its hide. His sword struck one eye with perfect accuracy. After distracting it with a red thread, he attacked its weak point. Young as he was, he fought with real skill. The creature clawed at the object, causing itself pain. Seeing part of the spear had gone in, he pressed the attack. Then something strange happened. The fight should have turned in his favor. But it didn't. The injured eye suddenly healed. It rebuilt itself completely. That's when he realized the monster could regenerate. This chimera had a troll's healing power mixed into its body. His chances of winning dropped even more. Lee Sung-min stayed calm and searched for another way, but the chimera was already preparing to attack again. Lude shouted at him in panic, but the boy didn't move. Thinking of Baksugo, he remembered there were still things he had to do. He couldn't die here. The 3 basics of spear fighting were things he had trained every day until they became part of him. As the creature came closer, he remembered Wuji Hoyan and all that brutal training. He pointed his spear at the monster's hands and knew this was the moment to use everything he had gained. He needed strength to spin and push aside the incoming blow, so he acted at once. The chimera still looked overwhelming. Without a mark on its body, he sprinted straight at it. Weapon raised, he picked the best spot to strike. He needed control to twist the spear around the enemy's attack. With a light step, he slipped close to its huge claws. Now he had the control he needed to finish the move. Lude watched every motion closely. With a precise hit, the boy threw the creature off balance. Gripping his weapon tight, he followed with slicing attacks. While the monster struggled to steady itself, Lee Sung-min drove the spear into its leg. This time, he knew he had landed a real hit. The chimera screamed through its stitched mouth just as he expected. Its joints were much weaker. When it lunged to grab him, he was already ready for the next move. Confused, the creature tried a more careful strike. It swung a hand down to crush him, but he dodged again. Now he wondered how long a damaged joint would take to heal. There was no time to wait, so he attacked again. The force snapped his spear in half, but he still drove the monster down to one knee, with part of the spear stuck in its body. Regeneration stopped there. Realizing his plan had worked, Lee Sung-min smiled. Using the piece still in his hand, he struck its arm. That left the chimera unable to properly use its legs or right arm. Now it had to brace itself on one hand as pain shot through its body. He knew he only needed one more good hit, so he used the Lee Sung-min style of the supreme spear of the 9 heavens, with lightning-splitting strike. The attack landed with deadly precision. The chimera was too badly wounded to stand. Still, it had one arm left and swiped at him with its giant claws, but it was too slow to touch him. Without the mountain's burden, he could feel just how fast he had become. Then he heard the cicadas, the same sound as on Mount Mercy. As he neared the monster, he thought about how he didn't want to stay a cicada forever. On the mountain, he had only been a larva. He knew he hadn't trained all that time to stay weak, even if he still didn't know what he wanted to become. Then he struck the chimera's eyes and brought it crashing down. Weapon in hand, he knew he didn't want to live with regrets like in his past life. He would keep moving toward whatever destiny waited for him. Lude was completely stunned by what he was seeing. With a roar, the boy drove his weapon deep into the monster. Watching in shock, Lude could only wonder what kind of person this young man really was. The boy looked exhausted. He glanced at his torn, calloused hands. Even he couldn't answer what he was. But one thing was clear to him. He was not a larva. Lude didn't understand what that meant, but it made the boy seem even more interesting. Nearby, a cicada lay on the ground. The young warrior smiled softly when he noticed its song had ended. Back at the guild, the bartender was completely confused. While looking over the giant chimera, Lude explained everything that had happened. Killing a chimera ogre was an SS rank feat, but there was no rule for giving that rank right away. Even so, the warrior was satisfied with rank. The reward for subduing the chimera ogre was 27 million euros and an shrank badge. The monster's body was turned over to the mercenary guild for research, earning another 20 million. Lude handed it to him, saying the reward belonged to the one who beat it. For a total of 47 million euros, Lude watched him go. As he walked through the streets, he felt like he had truly won. To him, it was an unbelievable amount of money. In his past life, he had risked his life on missions and never earned more than 1 million euros, so he had no idea what to do with all that money in his hands, until a thought suddenly came to him. Looking at his broken weapon, he got a great idea. Back at the tavern, the talk went on. The bartender wanted to hear the story from him personally. He tapped his head with the staff. Then he saw everything that had happened in the forest while they were gone. He looked both shocked and impressed. Lude said the young man deserved SS rank. Since he couldn't decide that himself, he planned to recommend it. A boy who reached that level without a class would definitely catch Xion's attention. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in a dim place. He called out for Neville. The man appeared at once. Saying it was a summon, he asked why he had been called. The hero had never cared much about weapons. He usually just used anything sharp enough to stab or hit with. But during the ogre fight, he felt how much easier it would have been with a better weapon. He didn't want to face that kind of regret again, so he needed a proper weapon. Neville asked what kind he wanted and how much he could pay. Lee Sun-min offered 47 million euros and said he wanted one made, even if it took time. But that still wasn't enough. Eriza's blacksmiths were top tier, so their prices were huge. Neville even suggested using his soul as collateral, though the interest would be brutal. Lee Sun-min refused right away and asked for another option. After thinking it over, Neville said he knew someone who might help him get a weapon. When the warrior agreed, Neville pointed upward. Dark light shot from his finger, and something appeared in front of Lee Sun-min. As Neville struck it, he said he would leave the two of them to talk there. Not fully sure what had just happened, Lee Sun-min studied Neville's power to tear open space. From the other side, a voice noted that he was just a kid. Not knowing how often they would meet, Seldorus introduced himself. Then he told the boy to stop spacing out and step into the rift. Looking closer, Lee Sun-min realized he was a dark elf. After entering the space, he gave his name and said he wanted to order a spear. He handed over his current weapon and said he wanted something like it. The elf examined it and saw it was a spear meant for a balanced style. Then he asked Lee Sun-min to show the techniques he used. He was confused. For martial artists, showing techniques to others was usually taboo. But the elf said it was necessary. Without seeing his style, he couldn't make the right spear. The design could change a lot depending on how he fought. Losing patience, the elf reminded himself he was arguing with a child. He was 400 years old and loved smithing, so he had worked as a blacksmith for over 350 years, even without natural talent. The protagonist looked unsure. Still, the elf said his skill was no worse than any dwarf's. Those words stirred a memory in the warrior. He felt they were a bit alike. After blurting all that out, the elf wondered why he was saying so much to a kid he had just met. So he told Lee Sun-min to go find the dwarves, instead if he wanted a weapon. But Lee Sun-min insisted on showing his martial style. The elf found it odd that the boy still hadn't left. Lee Sun-min said he believed him once he heard about those 350 years of experience. The elf didn't know what to say. With a laugh, he said the boy was far too trusting. Even so, Lee Sun-min wasn't intimidated. Turning away, the elf admitted the boy knew how to talk. Then suddenly eager, his expression changed. The boy simply waited in silence, though he was usually calculating. The elf decided to make something better than the boy could afford, simply because he liked him. Smiling, he thought this kid might become a regular customer. The weapon would take a few months, so all Lee Sun-min could do was wait. Back on his bed, he sat down to meditate. The Chimera Ogre had been his first real fight after reaching the martial peak as a supreme master, and now he had to sort through what he had learned. Wee Ji Hoyin had called his awareness a talent. After all those years in the mountains, it had grown into something like a sixth sense. During the battle, that sense moved his body before he could even think. That was his sixth sense. It was powerful, but he knew he couldn't rely on it alone. The mountains had sharpened his touch and sixth sense, but the rest still lagged behind. If he didn't train his other senses too, things could become dangerous. He had a bad feeling that something hard to fix was coming. At the mercenary guild, things were quiet. While he sorted bottles, the bartender asked if Lee Sun-min was already posting another job. Instead, Lee Sun-min asked what happened to the Chimera Ogre's body. If it was a chimera, someone must have created it. The bartender said that was being investigated separately with the Mage Guild. No Chimera Ogre had appeared in his past life, so either no one accepted the mission or the mercenary guild had lost. Judging by the timing, it was probably 6 months after the Chimera was made. Maybe he had found it himself in his past life, but now that he had killed it, the future might change. At the Behengar Mage Guild, someone greeted the young man warmly. Mage worked through several spells while Lee Sun-min watched. He introduced himself as the Dark Mage Kim Jong-yan. He was investigating the Chimera. Lee Sun-min introduced himself as the one who had killed it. After realizing the boy was Korean, Kim Jong-yan asked if his world had gone through a portal crisis. He briefly explained that portals connect to other dimensions and let monsters through. Then he dropped the subject, pleased to meet another Korean from a different world. When they returned to the main topic, his expression changed. That wasn't the only reason he was happy, but he kept the rest to himself. Lee Sun-min seriously asked to see the Chimera's body. He needed more clues to obtain the Devanark armor, so the mage shared part of what he had discovered. The creature wasn't fully dead, making a full investigation impossible. Still, the dark mage who made it was probably at least mage rank. Its mouth had been sewn shut, and it seemed a savage hunter had been mixed in to test the Chimera's power. Hearing that, Lee Sun-min thought back to the split corpse and understood why. When he fell silent, the mage noticed the boy didn't care much about synthetic monsters. He stayed completely still. So Lee Sun-min brought up what the mage had said earlier, that he was happy for another reason. Kim Jong-yan said with confidence that the protagonist's causality was a complete mess. A dark mage could open and read someone's soul. He stepped closer and offered advice, saying that if he were in Lee Sun-min's place, he would have fallen into despair or gone insane. Then he asked if the boy understood what that meant. Lee Sun-min answered simply after death. He would suffer forever. The mage then asked why his causality was so twisted, but Lee Sun-min distrusted him and chose not to answer. To gain his trust, Kim Jong-yan offered to swear a mana oath and never tell anyone. As the mage prepared it, Lee Sun-min grew even more uncertain. Still, since the man was willing to go that far, maybe this was his chance. In the end, he admitted he was a regressor who had returned to the past after dying. By breaking basic laws and piling up too much karma, his causality had become badly warped. After hearing that, the mage decided to tell him one more thing. Lee Sun-min waited anxiously. Kim Jong-yon began by saying he was strange, not only because his causality was twisted, but because he himself was strange too. Before he could finish, his words shook the room, and Lee Sun-min felt pain stab into his ears. The mage realized he couldn't say it. It was impossible to tell the boy the truth. Lee Sun-min was deeply confused. If Kim Jong-un kept talking, he would die. Blood covered the mage's face from forcing out those words. He understood then that the boy's life no longer belonged to him. Shaken by everything, Lee Sung-min didn't know how to respond. The mage apologized for being unable to explain and asked him to come back another time. Still understanding nothing, Lee Sung-min left in confusion. Then he remembered what had happened with Mercy, how she tried to destroy anyone who stepped into her territory. He turned to leave, but someone called out to him. When he looked back, he saw a woman. As she came closer, she said she recognized him from the mountains of Mercy. Even then, he didn't recognize her. Annoyed, she introduced herself as Scarlet Lizard. That made him think harder, since she looked very different now. After a short exchange, Lee Sung-min told her to stop nagging him. Furious, she punched him with all her strength. Only after taking the hit did he finally recognize Scarlet. She then asked what he was doing at the Mage Guild. He said he just had some business there, but when he mentioned Kim Jong-yeon, she paid close attention. She warned that dark mages were already creepy, but that man was especially strange. Only a crazy person would get involved with him. In the end, she told him to be careful where he went and said it was nice to see a familiar face after so long. As she left, she told him to visit her lab on the 3rd floor if he got bored. She also told him to tell her if anyone gave her friend trouble. After waving goodbye, he was alone again. He thought about Mercy's words and the sentence Kim Jong-yeon couldn't finish. It felt like those people were treating him kindly in a way too strange to be normal. He was sure something was going on, but he still couldn't see what. Too many things had become messy, but he chose to focus on what was in front of him. The two-headed troll was an enshranked target, worth 60 million URs. Luge appeared in front of him and greeted him. He said they would take down the trolls together again, and he wanted to prove how useful he was. The young man said he was looking forward to it. In this second life, he had learned no one could live alone. Luge was a good friend, and just being near him eased his hardened heart. They spent 3 months traveling together and collecting mission rewards. On the final job, they split 50 million URs. To celebrate, they went to drink at a bar, but the bartender told them someone wanted to see Sung-min. It was Xian, captain of the mercenary force. Sung-min and Ludi exchanged a look. At that, everyone knew that famous name. Xian led Flare, a group of over 100 mercenaries, and was one of Bohonya's 3 SS rank mercenaries. He was a master at the martial peak who had perfected the 100 mystic steps of the Shulan fists. Sung-min had admired him in his past life, and there was one major reason why. When they met, the man introduced himself as Xian, captain of Flare. Xian was classless. Now that the boy had reached the martial peak himself, he understood it clearly. Xian would soon become a supreme master of the martial peak. He said they were both classless and knew how cruel the world was to people like them. Even so, the boy before him had become a martial peak master at just 18. Then Xion got to the point and asked him to join Flare. He offered him the vice-captain position, second only to Xion. Seeing the boy's confusion, he knew the offer was sudden, so he handed over an item and told him to think it through. The boy's eyes widened when he saw it. Inside the box was a lesser revitalization pill, a Shaolin temple elixir that boosts internal energy. If he accepted, the pill would be his. Then Xion handed him a contract and asked for his signature. It looked simple and had no magic on it. He only had to obey Xion's orders, and if he broke the contract, he would pay for it. Xion also promised a greater revitalization pill if he revealed what martial arts he had learned. Confused, the protagonist asked who would ever accept terms like that. With a grim look, the man said anyone who wanted to be a mercenary in Bahanya had to accept them. Curious, Luda asked what answer his friend gave. The protagonist rejected the offer. It was slavery. Luda saw how bad things were and told him to leave Bahanya. Depending on what happened next, his life could be in danger because Xion did shady things. And even if the boy stayed obedient, Xion could still make life hard for him. Luda said he once refused an offer at A rank, and after that, no one gave him jobs because they all belonged to Flare. He had to become S rank in another city before returning. But by then, Xion had already become S rank. As the protagonist thought, Luda kept drinking. He had never guessed Zion was that kind of man, even after admiring him so much. Then Lute asked if he wanted to go to Mythor with him. Just then, a man in the bar announced that the Dark Mage's dungeon had been found. It was likely the same Dark Mage who had created the Chimera Ogre. Now they were forming a team to clear the dungeon. With Flair leading the raid, a voice said it had taken longer than expected. Even so, the protagonist said he urgently needed a weapon. She handed it over. It was made mainly of mithril, with black iron on the outside. Both were excellent conductors for mana and ki. The boys stared at it, overwhelmed. He hadn't expected something this good. Neville said Lady Selgaris seemed to like him. He explained that the materials used for the weapon were extremely expensive. Vega had given extra money to improve the weapon, but the elf had barely used any of it for herself. Still, Neville understood why she had done it. The protagonist had a strange pull that made people want to help him. Seeing the boy's face, Neville apologized for making it sound so odd. Then he left, telling him to reach out if he needed anything else. Alone again, the young man fell into thought. He wasn't shocked because the idea was strange. He was shocked because it confirmed what he had already suspected. The first time he noticed something strange was at Mount Mercy. Back then, though, he thought it was only luck. But if something really was making people like him more, then maybe every bond and every experience he had was false. While he was lost in thought, Luda walked over. He noticed the odd look on Sun Vin's face. If the suspicion was true, even their friendship might be fake. Luda hugged him and asked if he was worried about the dungeon raid. At that moment, he remembered. His fears had started being confirmed when the future changed after he killed the Chimera Ogre. Because of that, the guild searched for the Dark Mage and found the dungeon 3 months earlier than in his past life. And something else had changed too. Zion. He was pleased to see the rising star joining the raid. When he spotted the boy, he said this would be an easy mission. In the past, Flair hadn't joined this expedition because they were away on another job. Now they could, since the timeline had moved up by 3 months. Zion also noticed Luda was with him. Smiling, he told both of them to be careful. The dungeon was dangerous, and no one knew when or how they might die. After the orders, everyone moved in single file. Luda caught the hidden threat in Xian's words. He could kill them in the chaos and make it look natural. For a moment, the hero considered refusing to join because of that. But in the end, the skills hidden inside were too valuable, so he went. It had been 3 months since he came back from the mountain, and he still hadn't progressed. To break through that wall, he needed the magical armor Devnark, which could raise even a third-rate warrior to master level. Returning to their talk, Luda said Xian wouldn't dare act recklessly with so many people around. The raid had 27 members total, 1 SS rank, 4 S ranks, and 12 as A ranks, along with Flair's mercenaries. Even Baron, the guild leader, had joined. Luda said that with his spiritual sword, he'd cut down anyone who tried anything. He had no real reason to join the raid, so he was probably there because he was worried about his friend. Li Sun-min was deeply grateful, even if it meant Luda was now in trouble with Xian too, and he remembered something very important. He stopped overthinking and decided to act. The leader announced that the Behenda Mercenary Guild was entering the Black Sea Dungeon. They didn't know what waited inside, but they did know they were the best in Behenda, so they had to stand firm and be ready for anything. With that, he ordered everyone inside. At first, everything was quiet. The group moved forward side by side. At the front was the Arayank mercenary Jumchul, a master of external arts whose body was as hard as stone, but in an instant his body was sliced clean in half. The men right behind him froze. They couldn't do anything. Jumchul had been caught completely off guard. His body split in two, and one of his companions was left holding only the upper half. The leader was furious. Then he looked around, saw monsters closing in, and knew it would be a long night. Once they realized the creatures were chimeras, despair spread through the group. Xian saw right away that this raid was off to a brutal start. These monsters were bigger and more twisted than normal, making them even stronger. Xian cut one of them in half with a single attack. The protagonist saw that he had used the mystic steps and fist technique and watched every move from behind. After seeing Xian's strength, he knew he still wasn't strong enough to fight him. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a chimera rushing at him. In his previous life, this dungeon had been empty. That meant the dungeon's master might really be here. Now, tired and bleeding, the hero realized something was wrong. The battle wouldn't stop, and bodies were piling up. Xian saw the heavy losses and realized they might not be able to finish the raid. Still, he taunted the leader, claiming his own squad was stronger. Luda noticed that through all the chaos, Xian had only protected his own men. Just 1 hour after entering, the raid had already lost 2 A-rank mercenaries. Among the survivors, the only solo A-rank hunter left outside Flare was Tang Masuk. Luda introduced himself to the frightened girl and told her she didn't need to worry. But when she became even more scared after seeing him, he simply returned to Sunthin's side. At the same time, someone called out to the guild leader. A hunter reported that the raid team was badly hurt. Hearing that, the leader prepared his reply. He apologized, but said they couldn't stop. Now, the main force was still alive, the SS rank and Srank hunters, so pushing on should still be possible. Seeing the girl's fear, he told her she could go back if she didn't want to stay, but if she did, no one would be there to protect her. Looking at the bodies around them, she grew even more nervous, then decided the safer choice was to keep going with the group. Slowly, everyone moved on while watching their surroundings. The place was eerily silent. Some began to think the monsters were only a distraction, so the dungeon master could escape. It made sense that the master used chimeras to buy time, but no one could relax over a guess. Then one of the men spotted something ahead. It was a large closed door. It didn't look like a trap, just a door. Even so, the protagonist didn't trust it. Behind the wooden door was a room full of books. Holding a candle, the man said there was nothing special there, just a library. Since the place was large, the leader told everyone to split up and search for clues. But Sunvin felt something strange the moment he stepped inside. He knew this was where the man had found the magic armor that changed his life. Listening from the corner, Sunvin heard the man say that after hours in the cave, he found a door. When he went in, he saw a huge library, the same one Sunvin was standing in. Now he had to figure out which book had led the man onward. After he checked the shelves for a while, a door opened in front of him. A staircase appeared, and he knew the magic armor, Devnark, was hidden below. Xian noticed the boy had found the secret passage. He praised him, and the boy instantly grew nervous. Turning back, the protagonist said he had only found it by accident. With an odd look, the captain said he liked people like him. That answer shocked Sunvin even more. Then the man suddenly punched him in the stomach. The protagonist tumbled down the stairs. Xian knew that if the boy wouldn't join him, he had to die. His talent made him too dangerous. Baron was in another room with the captain's men, so no one would step in. But Lujin appeared at the top of the stairs, proving he was still there. He had used the spiritual sword technique to take out the guard at the entrance. He was sure Xian had been waiting for the right moment to show his true self. And Lujin knew he'd be next after Sun Vin. A moment later, his friend was thrown down the stairs. Xian couldn't believe the two of them thought they could beat him. The hero knew the odds were bad, especially if the other Flare members joined in. Even so, he wasn't giving up. He grabbed his friend and ran. Still confused, he only said they had to reach the lower level fast. The magic armor, Devnark, which boosts the wearer's power, was their only chance to win. The two quickly reached the bottom. The protagonist looked around fast. Then he spotted the armor right in front of him. While Ludi guarded the lower entrance, he moved toward the rare item. But his friend quickly noticed Zion rushing toward them. He drove a punch straight into Lud's chest. His hand went all the way through Lud's body. The protagonist froze in shock. Zion pulled his hand back out and let the body drop. Before dying, Lud managed to hit his shoulder. Stunned, the hero still couldn't process what had happened. He thought of his best memories with his friend, who now lay dead beside him. All that grief turned into rage. But Zion didn't care at all. As classless fighters, they both knew power was everything. You couldn't trust anyone. Even trash could still stab you in the back. The boy tried to answer with a kick. Tired of talking, Zion just wanted the boy dead. After the hit, the boy crashed near a pile of rocks. His weapon was strong enough to block many of Zion's attacks. Punching him in the face, Zion demanded that the boy hand over the weapon. When he grabbed it, he noticed it was much lighter than it looked. Looking closer, he realized it was made of mithril. Then he felt something strange nearby. Pieces of the armor began attaching themselves to the protagonist. As Devnark accepted him, his strength began to return. Zion realized it was magic. Armor. Now the protagonist looked stronger than ever. Uneasy, Zion saw dark energy around him and couldn't tell how dangerous it was. Zion waited for the right moment to strike. By then, the magic armor had fully covered his body. The two stood still, staring at each other until an explosion broke the silence. Zion had no idea what that dark energy was or why it suddenly vanished. He threw a punch and told the boy to fight him again. Confused, the protagonist noticed no change in his body or inner energy. Even so, Zion admitted the boy had done well to dodge this. Long, but he would die next. Seeing his fallen friend, the boy knew how bad things were. A hand reached toward him to finish the job. Then a mystic creature blocked the attack. Getting Devnark came with a huge price. Even so, the contract with Devnark still hadn't been completed. When Zion tried to attack the creature, he suddenly felt weak and helpless. The sixth sense the boy had sharpened warned him not to fight that thing. A huge sound boomed from underground, and the men started running. The leader asked if it was the dark mage, but the masked one said nothing, only held up his fingers. Then the leader realized it was a lich. Sensing the danger, one man yelled for everyone to run. But the monster was much faster than everyone. There, with one simple spell, it killed Baron. When they tried to escape, they found the exit blocked. The creature told them they were only there because it allowed it. It was in a great mood that day because it had found an even better offering than the chimera, Ogre. As it moved closer, it spoke about its fate. It said the day of reward for those who believed in it was still far away. This was the Lich Preskin. The fight ended almost at once. The Dark Mage slaughtered everyone, even the dozens of Shrank mercenaries. Baron, a great mage, was split in half instantly, and even Zion was beaten with ease. By then, the protagonist could only wonder how it had come to this. He had believed this life would be different from the last. He thought he had become something more, not just a lava or a cicada. With sad eyes, he looked at his friend's body. Then he realized he had been wrong. He was still only a lava. The creature was terrifying. Meanwhile, the protagonist was chained to a wall. The Lich welcomed him to its workshop and told him not to waste energy trying to break the chains. It let out a creepy laugh as it watched him struggle. Then the monster made a strange confession. It wanted to become a woman. To it, women were amazing because they could do something many alchemists never could in a lifetime. Because of that, it had tried every way to become one, but lost itself in magic and gave up its soul and flesh for eternity. In the end, it believed it had found the answer. Even if it couldn't give birth, there was still another way to create life. Hearing that, the hero was stunned. To the Lich, this was a perfect day. The one it had once met, whose karma was twisted, had become a monster. If it used someone like this warrior, someone with warped karma, as an offering, it might get closer to its dream. Holding the boy's face, it revealed what it planned to do. Desperate, the protagonist had no idea how to escape. He watched everything around him as the Lich prepared the offering. Then the boy's breathing became uneven. As the Lich used its full power, it sensed something strange. Not understanding what was happening, it grew confused. To it, this should have been impossible. Turning away from the boy, it sank into deep thought. Meanwhile, the boy struggled more and more to breathe. Then it realized the offering had been rejected. The Lich grabbed him by the neck and leaned close. Curious, it asked who he was and why the Demon King of Fear had rejected him. A soul with twisted karma should have been a valuable offering. Desperate, the Lich decided to search his memories to find out who he really was, confused and shaken, it demanded to see everything. When the boy woke up, the lich was already gone. Lee Sung-min was relieved to still be alive. But in the next moment, he realized he was completely alone in the darkness. Still, the noises in his head wouldn't stop. He remembered everything that had happened and couldn't calm down. He saw Lude's face again as he died, and the cicada sound that had vanished after the chimera returned. Still, he managed to move, not because of this life's experience, but because of the willpower he built as a third-rate mercenary in his past life. He had made a promise to his friends. He couldn't die yet. With blood running from his eyes, he repeated that promise to keep going. He was used to this. Regret, shame, and self-pity could wait until after he survived. Then, while standing still, he heard a telepathic message. Lloyd, master of the Tower of the Golden Mage, was asking for help. He was somewhere far below the protagonist. Remembering that Lloyd had vanished in his past life, he listened as the man said he needed the warrior's help. Lloyd was badly hurt, couldn't move, and begged the boy to get him out. Curious about the lich, the boy said it had disappeared. Even so, he stayed suspicious, unsure if any of this was safe. Swearing on his mana, Lloyd promised a great reward if the boy helped him, so the boy kept going down. After a while, he finally reached the place Lloyd had called him to. Relieved that he had reached the hero, Lloyd waited anxiously. The ruins showed that a huge battle had happened there. Then the boy noticed something strange. Looking down, he saw Xian dead with a hole in his chest. He asked Lloyd what happened. Lloyd said he'd explain the small details later and asked for help first. Without stepping closer, the boy asked what he could do. The mage said he needed to be taken out of the dungeon. Then, with his index finger, he pointed left and begged the boy to destroy something there. It was a heart made by Preskin. Since it was extremely dangerous, it had to be destroyed. The boy thrust his spear at the heart, but a barrier protected it. As he tried to get closer, the heart changed into something dangerous. Suddenly, claws seemed to vanish from his sight, not understanding what had just happened. The boy stood there speechless until he realized the heart had entered his own body. He had gained the black heart. Hours earlier, Lee Sung-min had obtained the heart. As Preskin tried to leave, the lich suddenly stumbled. He had used a spell that pulled out memories by disturbing the mind, but it backfired, and even the Demon King of Fear refused the boy as an offering. That was when the lich realized he had burned too much mana. Seeing the two hearts before him, he came up with another plan. He decided to use one of the fallen men to restore his mana, but Zim was still alive. Grabbing him by the neck, the lich poured out his power to refill his mana. After draining two of them, he finally felt better. Then he looked at the third man on the ground and noticed he had only been pretending to sleep. Xian was drenched in cold sweat, shaking at the cruel fate ahead. He managed to break the chain spell, proving he was far stronger than expected. The lich then chose to use him in a far more valuable way. Because of the quality of his soul, Lloyd asked what Preskin planned to do now. The mage realized the lich was still carrying out vile, twisted research. After 10 years, the mage had finally tracked him down. It was the same mage who had hunted him without stopping. Knowing he was weakened, he decided to destroy Preskin's body and hunt down his life. Xian recognized Lloyd as the Archmage, master of the Tower of the Golden Mage. He said he would help kill the lich, but Lloyd told him the best help was to stay back. He wasn't strong enough. The lich grew desperate. With the offering rejected and Lloyd here, everything had gone wrong. Then he remembered the two hearts. They were incomplete, but he had no better choice. He immediately began casting a spell. Alarmed, the mage couldn't make sense of that strange mana flow, but it was the result of Preskin's research. Smiling, the lich called it the ultimate life form. A small blast erupted underground. The foot appeared. Lloyd was stunned as the lich finally created a woman. Her body and heart were unfinished, but he still had another heart. He planned to use this incomplete creation to survive, then perfect the other heart later. Seeing resistance was useless, Lloyd decided to erase that thing completely. He unleashed a powerful spell that threatened everyone around him. The lich ordered the girl to deal with that while he cast another spell. The girl waited for the right opening. Lloyd's magic couldn't even scratch her. Everyone was shaken when his spell vanished with ridiculous ease. The Lich was delighted. She had performed perfectly. Calling him daddy, she said she was hungry. Then she turned to Xion. With one blow, she tore out his heart. That was how the captain of Behinga's strongest mercenary guild, soon to become a master of the Martial Peak, died. His heart was ripped out before he could resist. What came after was complete madness. Once Lloyd saw her power, he panicked. Meanwhile, the Lich laughed at the disaster he had made. That monster could do anything. The fight went on, and Lloyd used all his magic and mana on the girl. In the end, badly injured, the two escaped. That was everything that happened in the cave. Lloyd could only thank the boy for saving his life. He was also grateful the boy had destroyed that heart. After calling for help, Lloyd passed out and saw nothing else. Even so, the boy was still confused about what entered his body. Lloyd thanked him again and promised a reward for what he had done. It was basically a blank check from a great mage. But the boy didn't need anything, so he saved that favor. Lloyd still didn't know about the heart. Preskin, master of the Black Magic Tower, had been marked for execution for breaking the rules, and the one who took the mission was Lloyd, master of the Golden Magic Tower. After chasing him for 10 years, Lloyd finally got his chance during that raid. In his past life, though, he died in that cave. Since the one who should have died was now alive because of the boy's regression, someone who should have lived was dead instead. He felt crushing guilt over Lude's death. Lude. He had been like a frog in a well, thinking Zion was the greatest hero in the world. To them, many monsters had seemed easy to kill, and what they thought was the sky was only the mouth of a well. There was always someone living under a much wider sky. Now he wondered how strong YG Hoyan really was. Back on Mercy Mountain, he realized he was only a worm. So he refused to despair over what he lacked and kept moving forward little by little. Then a cheerful voice called out to him. Kim Jong-un said most of the raid team died, so it was a relief the boy made it back alive. Then he noticed the armor and realized it was an incredible artifact. Curious, he asked to examine it. The boy let him, since he had questions of his own. The armor was a forced contract item that linked its wearer to a transcendent, a demon king, or a demon god. It skipped the normal process and forced the user into a slave contract. Using a diagram, the mage explained that it could raise a martial artist's potential. But after death, that person's soul would belong to the demon king. Since nothing happened to the boy after using it, the case was very unusual. The mage said there were two possibilities. First, the boy no longer had the potential to be used. Second, he already had a contract with someone stronger than the armor's master. The mage thought the second answer was more likely. That made the boy wonder why the Demon King of Fear had rejected him. If the contract wasn't active, then the armor could still be used safely like this. With a snap, he removed it from the boy's body, turned it into a bracelet, and said it could return to armor form with mana. The boy then said the Lich had offered him as a sacrifice to the Demon King. The mage said it was amazing that he kept his sanity after facing such a being. Smiling, he asked if the boy understood what that meant. The boy asked if his soul was somehow above the Demon King of Fear, but the mage couldn't answer. Then things started to click. The boy also mentioned that his body had absorbed something strange, and the mage identified it right away as a dark heart. Even so, the boy said he couldn't feel any different energy inside himself. Prescott had researched the ultimate form of life, and that heart was the result of that work, far beyond the demonic armor. Apologizing that he couldn't explain it better, the mage said, a god might be able to answer. That made the boy remember Mercy's words, telling him to go to Draymore and find Danir, the king of time. Maybe Danir, the god of time, could answer his questions. He thanked Kim Jong-un and said goodbye. As a warning, the mage said he liked the boy a lot and could visit any time. Feeling the pressure behind those words, the boy understood the message. As he left, he closed the door. He had learned a lot, but now he had even more questions. His next destination was Draymore, but then someone rushed through the hall, calling for Lee Sun-min. Scarlet kicked him in the neck and reminded him she had warned him not to get involved with that. Mage. Rubbing the spot, he wondered why she always hit him whenever they met. Scarlet angrily said nothing good would come from dealing with that guy, but he said he only had a few questions. She told him to ask her instead and demanded to know what he wanted. His first question was how old she was. She instantly looked furious. That was not something you ask a lady. As they walked, she said he had survived the raid by himself. After all that, he still looked physically fine, but his face showed deep sadness. He told her he was heading to Draymore because he had unfinished business. There, hearing that, she offered to go with him. She said she had business in Draymore too, and since they were headed the same way, it would be nice to travel together. When she saw him hesitate, she asked if he didn't want her around. Really, he just didn't know what to say. He didn't hate the idea. She was a magic genius and the future master of the Crimson Magic Tower. Becoming friends with someone like her would help a lot. But he couldn't understand why people kept treating him kindly. To him, every bond had made so far had been built on lies. He thought Lude's death might have been for nothing. He had no proof, but he suspected Scarlet might want this trip for the same reason. And if something went wrong and she ended up like his friend, he knew he would never forgive himself. That was why he didn't want to travel with her. After saving Lloyd and obtaining the Black Heart, he searched Xian's corpse. A man like Xian, who trusted no one, would keep valuables on him. He found a lesser revitalization pill, a greater revitalization pill, and the secret Shaolin manual of ultimate martial arts. Every one of them was priceless. No matter what troubled him, he first needed to get stronger. So he swallowed one of the pills, then he waited for a change and quietly meditated on his bed. But when he stood up, he felt nothing. Normally, an elixir like a lesser revitalization pill would create internal energy right away. Since nothing happened, he began to think it might be fake. Then something began to shine inside his stomach. Something flared up. In short, the pill was real, and his internal energy shot up fast. Usually, an elixir's energy bursts out, and the user has to guide it through the body to make it their own. But the protagonist absorbed all the energy from the lesser revitalization pill without doing anything. It was easy, and every bit of that energy became his. So what just happened was probably tied to the heart inside him. Then he looked at the small box and picked up the greater revitalization pill. He absorbed the energy from both pills perfectly. In pure internal energy, he was now close to a supreme peak. Master. The only thing that made sense was the dark heart. Even without proof, he knew the lack of internal energy that had always held him back was finally gone. Still, he needed to make use of it. His eyes sharpened as a bold idea came to him. Later, Scarlet asked why he was heading to Braden instead of Draymore. He said they couldn't travel together after all, and apologized. Since he had found a secret Shaolin martial arts manual, he planned to take it back to Braden. Seeing how young he was, Scarlet said markets were full of people selling martial arts books. He explained that he wanted to return it to the Shaolin Temple and get it a reward. Because her business was only in Draymore, she couldn't go with him. But her expression changed right away, and she said she had business there. Too, it wasn't really business. She just wanted to travel and see the world. She said cities didn't suit her, and she'd rather train in mountains. After wandering for a while, she planned to settle somewhere nice. Annoyed, she said she would take a bath and then join him. The two kept talking, so they were traveling together again. She grabbed his head and nodded it for him, saying he had already agreed. After taking a few hits from her, he accepted Scarlet as his travel companion. They planned to leave a week later, and he tried to see the good side, someone to talk to, and a safer road. Then a strange girl walked up and asked who he was. In the night, the two froze and watched her carefully. Both of them were confused by what was happening. The girl began changing, saying that after meeting him, she had started to feel strange. Her hands twisted into huge, grotesque shapes. She curiously asked who the boy was. Sometime earlier, in the forest, Billix had been thinking Lloyd was truly strong, the kind of genius people talked about. If he hadn't awakened the girl in time, he would have died. She was his greatest creation. But the girl seemed to ignore him completely. He called out when he saw what she was doing. Since she had awakened too quickly, he couldn't control her well, and she wasn't obeying. The only thing he trusted was the obedient seal, which should stop her from attacking him. Wiping his face, he told her to go back where she awakened and recover the Lich's heart. That mission was vital for her. Survival. She was supposed to take the heart and come right back. Once he saw she understood, he ordered her to go the way he pointed. Instead, she ran the exact opposite way. The Lich was left confused, thinking maybe even she didn't know where she was going. Even though her father told her to go elsewhere, she felt something odd from that direction. Her heart was racing, and she didn't know why until she saw two people ahead. Somnium turned as he sensed a terrifying presence coming closer. Step by step, the girl stared at the outsider with clear curiosity. The boy grew nervous, feeling something strange when he saw her face. Her hands began changing into something horrifying. Lee Somnium saw the desperation in her eyes, and then her body started swelling. Scarlet couldn't understand why her companion was just standing there, unable to react. She cast a spell and fired at the girl. It smashed the tentacles bursting from her hand, but the protagonist felt pain in his heart and knew he needed to recover. Scarlet stared at the girl in confusion. She had never seen anything like this. Maybe this was Preskin's Tremera, the one Lloyd mentioned, and maybe she had come for the heart. That girl killed Xeon instantly, and even the great mage Lloyd barely survived fighting her, and Preskin. He decided to use his bracelet. If he wanted to save himself and Scarlet, he had to use the armor. A burst of energy came out, and the suit covered his body. At the same time, the girl prepared another attack. Dark tentacles lashed out as she rushed him. With his weapon ready, he spotted the attack and turned to meet it. He leaped forward, trying to close the gap. He attacked any way he could, trying to wound her. Her fighting style was bizarre, and her blows were even stronger than the ogre Tremera's. If the elixir hadn't boosted his internal energy, he would already be in serious trouble. Scarlet told Somnium to move so she could cast. As she was thrown back, she unleashed a fire spell. The girl noticed and tried to dodge, but the hit landed, and she felt intense pain. Scarlet said the child had strong magic resistance. She could block most magic, but Scarlet's power was different. Normal resistance didn't work because Scarlet used enchantments to form her secret magic. Still, she didn't expect an attack to come flying at her. The protagonist quickly jumped in front of her and shielded her as flames tore through the area. For a brief moment, he thought through what he was facing. Remembering Shion, he realized this might be the mystic fists of 100 steps. Lloyd had said the girl ate Sion's heart so she could gain the abilities of whatever she consumed. Now he was sure she was a monster. The pressure left him dazed, but the girl never slowed, consumed. Now he was sure she was him something. She still wanted to know who he was. As he blocked her attacks, he was only thinking about how to escape. Getting another spell ready, Scarlet tried to draw the girl's attention. After striking her in the face, Scarlet mocked her for wasting her luck. She kept provoking her, saying she was really angry. Now, the girl's expression changed at once. Her eyes caught something strange. Then hands grabbed her feet and stopped her from moving. It was Scarlet's spell. Meanwhile, the protagonist slipped in without her noticing. He swung for her face, but she tore off her own legs to break free. He froze at the sight. After mutilating herself, she started to fall, then quickly used another kind of magic to reshape her body. Before they realized it, her legs were already restored. Both of them were furious, knowing this fight wouldn't end soon. In moments, she regrew both legs. Even the burned flesh healed. Scarlet was deeply annoyed, but she knew even this kind of regeneration had a mana limit. If they kept working together and dealing heavy damage, her mana should eventually run out and they could win. Then the girl showed more of her power. Seeing that amount of mana, Scarlet said to forget the plan. This was much worse than they thought. The battle went on. The protagonist kept defending himself, even though he was exhausted. As he fell, Scarlet asked if he was okay, then snapped that he couldn't die and leave her alone. At that moment, he realized something had to change. He had already changed the world around him. He had become something different in the mountains, but it still wasn't enough for the dream he wanted. A lava is meant to crawl, and if one step isn't enough, then it must take tens of thousands more. He thought he had failed because he was satisfied with only one step. Back in the mountains, he didn't leave just for the maniac's armor, and when he met a wall, it felt too high. In the end, he looked for an easier road and used the demonic armor as an excuse to leave. The cost was huge. He lost his loyal friend, so he saw himself as weak and pathetic, and that was why he had to fight. He understood now that choosing to run was wrong. He felt again the weight of the spear he hadn't sensed. So long, the static hum, the cicadas. He only wanted to stand beside her. No matter what, he wanted to change his fate more than anything. He didn't want to die. His dream was too big for a lava, but he still refused to let his life end here. None of this was easy, but if he had gained something he never should have had, then one step was never enough. As he reflected on his life, his weapon grew stronger and stronger. The moment he accepted that he wanted more, his strike became precise. Then the spear pierced the girl's arm. He stood firm to protect Scarlet. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. Annoyed, the girl demanded to know who he was. As the spear kept tearing through her body, Scarlet listened closely, blood covering his face. He gave his name, Lee Sung-min. At that moment, an arrow slammed into the girl. She revealed her own name, Ang. With his spear raised, he stayed on guard. Blood spilled from her mouth, and wounds spread across her body. Then she turned and ran. After that brutal fight, the warrior was completely drained. When Lee Sung-min opened his eyes, he was lying in a bed. Beside him, Scarlet was quietly reading a book. She said he was lucky to survive. He had been unconscious for about 3 days, and they were in a nearby village. She had called a doctor and used a potion on his outer wounds. When he said he could move just fine, Scarlet was shocked. He had several broken bones. Somehow those fractures had healed in only 3 days. It might be the Black Heart. Confused, Scarlet studied him more closely. She asked if he was hiding something. She also wanted to know who that monster child was, since he seemed to know more, telling him not to keep secrets. She demanded the truth. At first, he stayed quiet, but after Lee Sung-min explained everything, Scarlet understood why he kept crossing paths with that psychopath. Kim Jong-un, her friend, had gone through hell and ended up with a piece of mana holding amazing power. Even so, she said he was lucky to have a strong partner like her to help him. Seeing his look, she said she expected a huge thank you. Then he wondered why. She hadn't run. It was a life-or-death fight, and the child was only after Lee Sung-min, so Scarlet could have escaped at any time, but she couldn't leave him there to die alone. Getting up, she said she just couldn't do that. She stepped a little farther from him. Lost in thought, she asked if he had ever seen war. After a pause, she said that when she was young, before becoming this hot, a war broke out. Though she didn't know exactly when or where it began, she said war was cruel enough to steal everything, even the village where she grew up. Everyone precious to her was gone. Lee Sung-min listened closely. She said the loss was hard to live with, so she tried not to get close to anyone. Still, she couldn't leave him alone after seeing all that happen. Looking at him, she asked if he had ever lost someone too. He stayed silent. With a small smile, she told him not to worry. His friend wasn't dead. She said she had made it through war and all kinds of trouble so far, mostly thanks to crazy luck. Besides, she hadn't even used her secret move on that girl. Scarlet knew he'd rather travel alone because he was scared of losing people. But if he wanted to protect them, he had to get stronger. Pointing at him, she said he needed to become strong enough that this never happened again. Smiling, he said he already knew. By the end of their talk, he felt much better. Scarlet told him to rest a little more, then left, saying they would head to Britain tomorrow. He thanked her for helping him. As she walked away, he thought over everything. Gripping his weapon, he swore to become stronger. His mind flashed back to the night before, to that final moment when a stronger force burst from his spear, so he knew there was no point wasting time on small worries. As power rose from his weapon again, he hardened his resolve to keep growing, stronger. The red-haired girl said they had finally made it to the city of Brendan. Excited, she said it was her first time in a central district city, and she was glad they hadn't been attacked like before. She kept talking and asked Lee what they should do first, but he said he hadn't decided. She suggested they rest and get something to eat. When they entered an inn, they were welcomed and took a seat. She started talking about what to order, but Lee wasn't sure either. She admitted she had never eaten food from the central district, so she had no idea what to pick. Then she mentioned there were some flies buzzing around. Lee noticed two men staring at them and asked Scarlet if she saw them too. He said the pair looked them over the moment they walked in. She asked why, and Lee said it was probably because of him, which only confused her more. He explained that when a martial artist reaches the supreme level, they gain origin reversal, so others can't sense their energy. Lee Seung-min had met one condition for becoming a supreme martial master, but not the rest. Scarlet realized his inner energy was spilling out, and that was what drew those flies in. One of the men overheard that and asked who she was calling flies. He said she had a sharp tongue, then asked if that was part of her charm. Annoyed, she asked what nonsense he was talking about. The man gave an awkward laugh and kept flirting, but she told him to shut up. Scarlet begs him to stop talking and eat somewhere else because every word makes her want to kill him even more. Lee notes that the man gets angry after being called out. Before they can do anything, he grabs his sword and says, "Hell, give her one chance to take back what she said." She refuses and calls him an idiot. Furious, he charges at them with his sword, and the young woman immediately calls for Sun Min to save her. Lee judges him to be about a first-class martial artist. The man attacks while Lee thinks through the best way to handle it. Then another person appears and asks how someone can be so rude in an inn and foolish enough to rush an opponent far stronger than himself. As he speaks, the attacker drops unconscious to the floor. Sun Min realizes he was knocked out by a coin. The newcomer apologizes for stepping in and introduces himself as Nan Ban Hyun. Scarlet asks if he's from the clan famous for its many strong martial artists. Lee says he wasn't planning to kill the attacker anyway. Then Hyun asks if he can join them at the table. They all glance at each other. Confused, Sun Min asks why they're looking at him, and the newcomer asks how old he is. When Lee says he's 18, Nanbon is stunned that someone so young is already close to a peak supreme martial artist. He says Lee is unbelievably talented. Then he asks if he might be the little celestial demon, YG Hoen, making Lee spit out his coffee. The man says that's the only monster he can imagine reaching that level, so young. Lee asks if he knows the little celestial demon, and Hoon says of course he's famous. He adds that Arya only has 3 martial artists called celestial demons Bakmasin, the berserker Biat Wonpei, and the little demon, YG Hoon. He also says there's a rumor that the celestial demon is a woman. Then he asks directly who Lee really is. He introduces himself as Lee Sun-min, and Nanbon admits he's never heard that name. Curious, Lee asks what else he knows about the little celestial demon, but He-won says that's all he knows. If Lee wants more, he'll have to ask around. Then Hyun asks Sun Min to fight him. Lee is surprised, and the man quickly says he means no harm. He just gets competitive when he meets a strong martial artist. Lee agrees as long as it's a friendly match, which makes Hyun happy. But he adds that a simple fight is boring and suggests a wager. Lee asks what kind, and Hyun says it's nothing serious. His idea is that the loser becomes the winner's brother. After agreeing, the two head to a battle center and get ready to begin. Sun-min says he doesn't know if he can live up to his new friend's expectations, but Hyewon laughs and says he's being too modest. As Lee studies him, he notices the energy around the man has completely changed. He realizes his opponent is very strong, at least at peak supreme martial artist level. Both get ready, and Namgon starts with a few strange movements. Lee notices them, but refuses to let himself get thrown off rhythm. He strikes first with the Shadowless Soul Flight Strike. First form, but is shocked when his opponent tears through the feints with incredible speed. The fight continues and Huan presses in with another attack, saying he's enjoying himself. Then he uses an energy absorbing technique, which makes Lee tense up. To defend himself, the protagonist uses the Spear of the Nine Supreme, Heaven's first form, along with a soul-chasing lethal strike. Even in the middle of the clash, his opponent shifts his sword, which impresses Lee. Namgon says that if Lee had used a real spear, the attack would have been far more dangerous. He adds that he can't afford to play around, and he has no intention of calling someone younger his older brother. Sunman replies that the bet doesn't really favor him anyway, so losing wouldn't cost much. As Scarlet watches, the opponent asks if Lee is finally going all out, since martial artists hate losing. They both continue trading attacks as the fight intensifies. After a heavy strike, Lee thinks he has his opponent trapped, but the man breaks free. Lee doesn't want to admit it, but his opponent controls energy better than he does, so he pours in internal energy to force some distance. The power of the Spear of the Nine Supreme. Heavens erupts. Countless after-images appear to fool the enemy's eyes. Lee knows that out of all those images, only one is real, and he has to find it and face it. But Nam Boon overwhelms him and declares that he won the duel. With a sword at his neck, Sun Min admits defeat. Still, he knows he has a long road ahead. Laughing, Haiwan says Lee fought very well, and the gap between them isn't that huge. He also praises Lee's spear technique, but says the advanced moves weren't used well, probably because Lee hasn't had many chances to test them against true masters. He adds that Lee still isn't used to controlling his inner energy, so even small hits hurt more than they should. He says from experience, the young man can fix those flaws quickly by fighting more. Namgung then says that since they're brothers now, he wants Lee to come with him somewhere, to the Shaolin Temple. Surprised, Lee says that was already his destination. Nearby, Scarlet hears them, calls them noisy, and asks if the fight is over. Seeing them laughing together, she asks what is wrong with them, and says she doesn't like it. Far away, an old man in meditation says he can feel something coming. The omnipotent god of chaos is drawing near. That is why Namgung Haiwan is heading to the Shaolin Temple. Lee says he goes there every year around this time to see Master Abbot Bolian. His friend says the heirs of the other three great clans do the same because of an old promise, though Hell explained that later. So the three of them head to the Shaolin Temple together. On the way, they discuss the four great clans, Namgung, Jigil, Moyan, and Tang, and how their heirs are around the same age. Their patriarchs once tried to unite all four clans into one, but when the time came to do it, they started arguing over who should lead. In the end, they left that choice to the next generation. Master Bolian, the Shaolin Abbot, was chosen as the judge, and he would decide which heir should become leader. When they arrive, Haiwan greets the people there and says he was delayed by other business. Lee looks around and realizes everyone present was famous in his past life. Then someone from the Tang clan asks if Lee was why Nam Gung came late. Haiwan snaps at her and asks who she thinks she is to call him that guy. He introduces Lee as his little brother, a martial master close to the supreme martial peak before turning 20. The girl wonders how someone that talented could be his brother, then realizes Haiwan is trying to raise his standing among the young heirs. Lee catches on and asks if that's the real reason he wanted a brother. Haiwan admits it. Still, Lee says calling himself his brother is no big deal. Jagil cuts in and asks how long they plan to drag this out. Haiwan tells the group he's going to see Master Bolian and that Lee can rest for now. As they leave, Scarlet says she wishes she were the friend. He lost the fight but still came out ahead. A man calls them over and says he prepared food for them. They hope the temple meals are still good. While eating, Scarlet complains there is no meat, and Lee says of course not, they don't eat that here. While thinking, Lee reminds himself his goal is simple: get the secret scroll and return it to Dromore. Then a man enters the room and says the abbot wants to speak with him. As he follows the man, Lee is confused. He has no idea why the master wants him. Even in his past life, he knew little about Master Bolian. almost nothing. Except one thing, his nickname was the eccentric Buddha. When Lee arrives, the man asks if he is loved by the omnipotent god of chaos. Lee is baffled and asks if this is Master Bolian and what he means by that title. He asks him to explain. But the old man says he can't. If he did, he would either die or be erased from the mortal world and become a god in the heavens. Curious, Lee asks where he can find the answer he wants. Then something strange happens, and Lee cannot understand it. After that, he is told to go north. Within 5 years, he must reach the place where the eternal snow never melts. There he will meet someone extremely important. When the old man returns to normal, Lee asks what just happened, but the master avoids the question. He says it was not him, it was the spirit living inside his body. Lee asks if he serves Buddha while carrying a spirit. The old man laughs. That, he says, is exactly why people call him the eccentric Buddha. Still, he admits he doesn't know why the spirit used his body to speak to Lee, only that some answers were given. Then he asks if Lee came to return a secret scroll, and Lee says yes. Laughing, the old man says the boy probably expected a reward for bringing it back, then hands him a superior circulation elixir. Lee is thrilled and can hardly believe it. The Buddha says he's overreacting and that he's just like YG Yin described. Lee asks what name he just said, but the old man replies that he heard it clearly. Lee quickly asks if YG had been there. But again, the old man dodges it, while Lee keeps begging for answers. Seeing how desperate he is, the Buddha starts to speak. Then an image appears behind Lee. It is the future Shaolin J-Hawk. The old man says they must fight first, and only then will he talk. Soon Lee is on the ground, admitting he lost. He remembers people saying that no matter how long he trained, he still lost miserably. He can't even answer the voices in his head. Losing to Nam Gung was one thing, since at least that felt like a real duel. But against J-Hawk, he feels completely toyed with, and he had never even heard the man's name in his past life. The Buddha asks Hawk what he thought of the boy, and Hawk says he still has a lot to learn. He says Lee's spear skills are good, but he needs far more experience. He also says Lee cannot control his internal energy well, so he cannot handle large amounts of it. The Buddha touches him and says that is why his internal energy is out of balance. Annoyed, Lee asks what he's doing, and the old man tells the brat to stay still. After tying a piece of wood to Li's foot, the Buddha tells him to walk, but he can't. The old man says that difficulty is exactly what Li's body is. Like right now, they explain the gap between intellect, energy, and physique, saying that even if Li's intellect is advanced, the energy is stuck in his body. Lee realizes his energy rose from using elixirs, and his intellect improved after learning to send energy into his weapon. The Buddha keeps teaching him, using the wood on his leg as an example. Wanting to learn, Lee asks how he can fix the imbalance in his body and energy. He realizes he will likely need a body restructuring, the easiest fix. The old man then says Juhak will help train him in martial arts. The Buddha thinks that if he leaves the boy as he is, Lee will only suffer, and that goes against Buddha's ways. Besides, a child he likes asked him to help when Lee arrived, meaning Ouija Hogachin. Later, some man walks with Juhak, who asks what he was thinking about after the fight. Lee says he thought he had gotten a little stronger. He reached the martial peak through years of training and recently learned something incredible, too, but he still lost to both him and Namgung Hoan. Hak asks if he isn't rushing himself and says reaching that level at 18 is already rare. In his view, Lee was simply unlucky to face opponents like them, and even he, known as the future of Shaolin, still has plenty to learn. Lee realizes he and Hak did not start from the same line, but Hak adds that even he could not beat the little celestial demon. Shocked, Sunman asks if Hak has fought her before, and Hak says yes, and she came to the temple. Curious, Lee asks why Ouija Ho Yang came there. Hak says the demand she made sounded like pure arrogance from a 17-year-old girl, but no one could rebuke her because her presence was so overwhelming that everyone simply accepted it. Hak says the result of their duel was shocking. He could do absolutely nothing and lost even worse than Lee did today. Unsure, Lee asks how strong Weiji Hoyan might be now, and Hak says he can't say. Sure, but he believes she has already gone beyond the Supreme Marshal. Peak. Then Hak asks what Sun Man's relationship is with her, and Lee says they are only friends. His only goal is to reach her level. Hak says now he understands the boy's urgency and concludes that what Lee lacks most is experience. With time, he can fix that. He warns that Lee will face many defeats and much despair before reaching her, but he will be ready. Lee says he already knows despair. Well, he often feels crushed, and even then getting back up is never easy. He thought he was finally catching up to her, but he is still far behind. While he was still crawling, Iji Huan had already flown far ahead, so determined he asks to fight. Hak again. Later, Lee shows up with a swollen face and says he plans to stay at the Shaolin Temple a little longer. When Scarlet and Hiwan see him, they do not recognize him at first and ask who he is. After learning he fought Jai Hak, Namgong is stunned. He says Master Bao Liang must be going senile because he refused to let him fight that man. Curious, Sun Man says Jai Hak is clearly strong, but he has never heard of him and wants to know more. Hiwan explains that even though the 4 great clans are famous across Arya, they are still below the 10 great sects. Then he says the 3 biggest rising stars of the orthodox sects are Chui Gul, Chung Myung, and Jai Hak. He adds that the sect leaders are busy raising their top students as secret weapons, who usually never leave their sects. Namgong asks if Lee plans to stay at the temple, saying he wanted to bring him to his clan. Lee says he'll talk to his brother about that later. Scarlet says if he's staying, then it's time for her to leave too. Lee asks where she's going, and she says she doesn't really know, she's just going to travel. She liked this place, but doesn't think staying would help her. Then she playfully teases him, asking if he's sad to be apart from his amazing friend, but then she turns serious and asks why he pushes himself so hard, training every day just to keep losing. She asks if he'll be okay without her. Then she slips a bracelet onto his arm and says it's tied to her soul. No matter where he is, if she wants to see him, it'll send a signal. She says back so go got. 1-2, before leaving, Scarlet tells him to train hard, so that next time, he can be the one who saves her. Watching, Nanboom wonders why things like this never happen to him. The next day, Scarlet and Hiwan say goodbye. Before leaving, Lee calls out to Scarlet and asks why she's so kind to him. A little confused, she gets tired of hearing that question again. She says they've already talked about it, but since he's still worried, she'll answer one more time. Scarlet says he caught her attention from the first time they met, even though she normally doesn't get close to people. But after traveling with him, she saw that he's a really good person. She says seeing him work so hard makes her want to cheer for him. She likes teasing him, and she knows he's sincere and handsome too. Lee laughs and asks if she ate something bitter, which leaves her confused for a second, but she ends by telling Sun Min not to live like a weakling and to always keep his head high. He agrees. Later, Lee starts preparing himself and decides that while he stays at the temple, he won't use his spear or demonic armor. He chooses to leave behind both his weak mindset and his gear, and even sets aside the superior circulation elixir Master Bulien gave him. He remembers the Buddha's words that in the land where the snow never melts, hell meets someone extremely important. That makes Lee remember he promised to meet Wu Chi Huang again in 6 years. Sun Min believes the person from the prophecy is Bak So Go, but with only 5 years left, he wonders how far he can go. Jai Hak comes over and asks if he's really giving up the spear and armor, and why. The Buddha answers that using those tools during training wouldn't be right. Hak explains that martial arts are about using the body, but what guides it is the heart. He says the heart fills the body and turns into the energy it needs. Then he tells the boy to truly watch Shaolin and experience it himself. Lee thinks he can still hear the cicadas as if the sound is stuck in his ears and decides he'll deal with that before leaving. During training, Hak says the boy's basics are strong and show how hard he's worked. Still, the spear art he learned, though advanced, feels messy. The boy admits it's because he ran away. No matter how much he trained, he couldn't improve, so he gave up and focused on simpler techniques. Instead, Hack says if basic triple sword techniques alone could make someone an advanced martial artist, there'd be no point in learning higher arts. They keep fighting while talking between blows. Lee says that's why he won't run anymore. Hack tells him the path of martial arts has no end. His job is to keep finding what can still improve. He says Lee isn't a genius. Real geniuses were already flying while he was still crawling, so he must not give in to despair. Hack says he once thought he was flying too, but after seeing the little celestial demon, he realized he wasn't even close. Sunman asks what someone like him, still crawling on the ground, is supposed to do. He then reflects that Uchi Hoyun and Baksogo weren't great teachers because they only knew how to teach. From a genius point of view, Jai Hack feels like the better teacher since he was raised by countless monks and learned over 72 martial arts. When Lee tries to strike Hack, he gets punched in the mouth, and the man says his senses are still mixed up. On top of that, he's not used to energy circulation yet, and needs to improve it. His understanding is still weak too, so he has to work even harder. Lee says that day he realized how small he really was, but he didn't run. He kept training the supreme spear of the 9 heavens like his life depended on it. He trained his internal energy too, but it was hard and progress came slowly. He sharpened his 5 senses and finally brought them into balance. Whenever he felt lost, he trained even harder. Time passed, seasons changed, and he still couldn't beat Jai Hack, not even once. So he chose to study Shaolin itself and learn from Hack. As he watches, Lee thinks the world is huge and he is tiny, but he still wants to rise into the sky and see it all from above. Then someone interrupts, asking if hell ever climb out of the well. It's Master Bully Yang. He says Lee has changed, which surprises the boy. The Buddha says martial arts could let him live peacefully inside that well, but asks what he truly wants. Sunman says he wants to see the world, and the old man replies that anyone can do that, so Lee says he wants to fly above it and see everything from there. Buliang says that's a big dream for someone still so small. Lee answers that he does want to dream, but flying isn't just a dream to him. The master asks what he's learned in these past 6 months, and Lee says he's learned how to crawl the right way. Saying that's a good start, the old man tells him it's time to learn to walk. More time passes. After over a year at the temple, Lee is now 20, and he asks Jai Hack something. He wants to know why helping him isn't a burden. Lee says one of his biggest flaws is still his weakness, even after getting stronger. He thinks helping him probably doesn't do much for Hack's own growth, but Hack says that's wrong. The matches helped him a lot. Through those fights, he was able to review everything he'd already learned, and there's no limit to what he can still learn as he aims for a much higher place in life. Then he asks if Lee doesn't have that same dream. After hearing that, Lee starts to understand why he asked that in the first place. Maybe part of him was still trapped in his past life. He still doubted people's kindness and was afraid to move forward. He had kept thinking everyone's kindness came from some strange charm. Hack's question about his dream leaves him deep in thought. He says his real goal now isn't just getting better at martial arts or earning Luigi, Hoyan's acknowledgement, but to stop running from himself. Then he goes to the master and asks what else he knows about the blessing. The old man says he's finally brave enough to ask. Lee remembers first meeting Master Bo Liang and asking about the being helping him, then realizes maybe what he really feared was the blessing's effect. The Buddha says it's been 2 years since he came to the temple and asks why he's only asking now. Sunman admits he was scared of a truth that used to haunt him, but now he doesn't want to run anymore. Bo Liang says he likes that look on the boy's face and explains that one effect of the blessing is making others feel more compassion toward him, but it only changes how people first see him. Lee is confused, so the master explains that it mainly affects first impressions. If people truly disliked him, they still would have left him. So Lee realizes that the bonds he's made are real. He thanks the old man The master then says he can remove that effect. After that, no one will naturally form a good first impression of him. That way, Lee could build relationships without feeling guilty. After thinking it over, the boy says he accepts. Sometime later, Sun Man meets Huyen again, and Huyen jokes that maybe he's decided to become a monk, though he still has hair, so maybe not. Since it's been so long, Namgung suggests they go have a drink, then suddenly throws something at his brother and tells him to react fast. The boy catches it, then complains that the prank was cruel. Hoon says his friend has grown much stronger and congratulates him on reaching the supreme peak. Then he mentions that Lady Moyen married Jagol Tarian and even said she hated how loud and arrogant Nam Going was. After that, Nam Going trained like mad to get over the heartbreak and reach the supreme peak. Even then, he says he's still not satisfied and asks how things have been for his friend, especially whether he enjoyed training at the temple. Lee says he did. Looking him over, Namgung says he's changed a lot. Huan says that strange feeling he had when they first met is gone now. Still, from the start, something had felt odd in his heart. He even jokes that he thought he might be into men because of how strongly he felt about his brother. After that, they just keep talking, like normal. A year later, when Lee turned 22, he left the temple. Before he went, an old man gave him a letter to deliver to the leader of the Mount Hua sect. In Dromore, Sun Man got a mission, and the timing was lucky, since Dromore was also where the temple of the temple gods stood. Thoth Folju wonders if prophecy was involved, so he decides to summon Neville. Right then, the agent appears and asks what his master wants. The protagonist says he wants to buy information. He asks about the Phantom Sword, Dapijun, and Baksogo the Lightning. He also wants news on YG Hoyon, the little celestial demon. Neville says Baksogo has been helping the poor and taking on missions for them. Because of that, she has become fairly well known, and she was last seen in the great city of Rubes a week ago. As for the Phantom Sword, Dapijun has been building his name through challenges. He's traveling around to duel martial artists from famous sects, and he even went to Mount Hua. Hearing that, the protagonist studies the crystal ball and thinks it over. Since he's also headed to Dromore, he may run into Dapijun on the way. But he still wants to hear about the little celestial demon. As he waits for Neville's answer, a smile spreads across his face. Neville says Ouija Hoyen has gathered followers, thanks to her strength and charm. She has 20 in total, and every one of them is at least martial peak or stronger. So many groups are staying on guard. He adds that the blood celestial demon Bakmosin rules the far north, and Waiju Huyen's group is marching there for a clash. Neville thinks Bakmosan, who has ruled that region for ages, is more likely to win. The hero doesn't agree. He believes Waiju will be the one who wins. Still seated, he keeps staring into crystal ball. He realizes it's been 8 years since he last saw Waiju Huyen. Then he awkwardly notices how beautiful she has become. After a moment, he catches himself and realizes his thoughts are getting strange. He never met either the little celestial demon or the blood celestial demon before returning, and in his past life, Wai Jihoyan hid herself as a man, while now she openly lives as a woman, so her personality may be different too. That makes him worry about her fight with the blood celestial demon. He wants to head north at once and help her, but they were only supposed to meet again in 2 years. He remembers her telling him to make her his goal. Because of that promise, she would always stay his goal, so he decides to keep moving forward, certain that she can survive this battle and wait for him at the top. Sure of that, he focuses on keeping his promise to grow stronger. As he walks through the forest, another thought creeps in. He feels like he's already broken one promise. Meanwhile, Waija Huyon puts a hand on her body. In the end, she complains that her breasts still aren't as big as she wanted. Then someone calls out, asking if she's awake. A man tells her she should rest longer. She turns to him and tells him not to call her miss, since she doesn't see them as her subordinates. They can follow her if they want, but they shouldn't expect anything from her. After that, the two keep walking side by side. she notices everyone staring at her with curious eyes. That look reminds her of how people watched her back when she was the young master of the demonic cult. Thinking of some missing men, she mutters that she could just kill all those Dan worms. Then someone asks if she is the little celestial demon. Bakmison steps in front of her and says she looks eager to fight him. She answers that she wants to see how strong her fellow blood celestial demon really is. With a hand on her chin, she notes that her Kali was unlucky to be found by her so easily. Seeing her arrogance, Bakmison questions whether she can actually beat him. Before the fight starts, she suddenly asks which hand he uses to hold his fork. It's only a taunt. She says that's the hand shell leave attached. At the Mount Hoa sect, a guard asks the protagonist why he has come. Holding out the item, he says he's here to deliver a letter from Master Bullion. The guard quickly apologizes and escorts him to the sect leader's quarters. Once that errand is done, the protagonist plans to find the god of time, Denna. But then someone calls out and asks if he's the boy from the Mercy Mountains. It is Dak Bijun, and the protagonist recognizes him at once. Glad to be remembered, he talks with the man, who says he'd never forget what happened on that mountain. He says that was the hardest time of his life, and he'll remember it until he dies. Even so, he wonders how he was recognized so easily when he had been under vision prohibition. Back then, the old man says he remembered the boy's internal energy. The conversation continues easily until Dak Bijun tells him to finish his business in the sect first so they can speak again later. Nearby, the sentinels wait impatiently, clearly annoyed. The boy leaves while the old man stays behind, leaning on his sword. Something about him seems off. His hands won't stop shaking on the hilt. He drops to his knees, sensing something wrong inside his body. Then a monster appears behind him, the child created by the Lish Preskin. Inside Mount Hua, someone welcomes the visitor with a polite greeting. The sage introduces himself as the sect leader. Li Sanmei introduces himself too and says he came to repay a favor for Master Bo Liang. As he hands over the letter, he mentions that the Murim Alliance leader stepped down, so Master Bo Liang was being considered for the role. When the letter is opened, the sect leader sees that the elder refused the offer. Tossing the paper aside, he says he expected that answer. Then he changes the subject and says the disciples told him the boy knows the ghost sword. Li explains they met earlier, right at the sect entrance. Sangha says the ghost sword asked for a duel, but he had no plans to accept. The hero asks why. Sangha says he likes fighting strong opponents and doesn't mind duels, but the ghost sword is too dangerous. Later, when he returns to Dapujin, the boy asks if it's true that he uses dark magic. The old man laughs and asks if Sangha told him that. After Dapujin admits it, the boy grows curious. Dapujin asks if he has ever hit his limit before, and Sangha confirms he has. Then the old man says the boy is too young to understand that kind of wall, while he himself is getting old. Even with internal energy slowing age, he says you can still feel your strength slipping away. He sees the boy doesn't understand what that feels like. That despair of depending on dark magic and throwing away a martial artist's pride. Ashamed, the old man falls quiet, then tells the boy to get out. He doesn't want him seeing that side of him. Sangha leaves without a word, knowing he has nothing to say and choosing not to pry. He goes to find Denna's temple, the one Mercy mentioned, and stops at a small shack. Inside he meets the god of time, Denir. Hess shocked to find that Denir looks like an ordinary child. Puzzled, the boy asks if Mercy sent him because he had become troublesome. He guesses Denir knows he crossed time to be here. As expected of a god, Denna sensed that right away. Introducing himself properly, Denir says he is the god of time, so things like that are obvious to him. Naturally, he feels uneasy around someone like the hero who broke time's rules and disturbed the world's flow. Not fully understanding, the warrior listens as Denir explains. He isn't living this life as if it's his last. He's changing things, meeting the same people, eating the same food, and repeating life differently. Denier says even the smallest change can grow into something much bigger, like a snowball. For example, Wiji stopped dressing as a man and is now facing the blood celestial demon, something that never happened before. Denier angrily says the hero's existence alone is enough to twist the world. There are already many differences, and they will only keep growing with no end in sight. Just by existing, he is warping the world's order. The protagonist answers that he chose to return after awakening something within himself. Even if he asked, a god of time wouldn't tell him everything. Gods aren't all-knowing or all-powerful, they're just living beings who can still die. That's why they stay silent or lie, because telling the truth would put a target on them. At those words, the protagonist's face suddenly changes. Then Denier senses the apostle's presence. And because of that, he says this topic ends here. After apologizing, the apostle vanishes from the scene. The protagonist wants to know what just happened, but Daenerys avoids it unless he's willing to visit Judas. He says neither god nor mortal can answer that. Confused, the boy asks if learning the truth is impossible. Daenerys says no and tells him to seek Enverus. He is the one who escaped the mansion of the dead, a special case, though different from the protagonist. After giving that clue, Daenerys tells him to leave. Before going, someone asks for a trial. At once, God's gaze changes. Seeing the hero's real motive, he guesses the boy already finished Mercy's trials. Even so, he says the boy won't get what he wants. This trial won't be training, like Mercy's. Anyone who survived Daenerys' trial could kill the protagonist in an instant, and every one of them went mad and died. After Daenerys threw him out, the protagonist left the shack. The god told him to clear his head before coming back. He went back to rest like Daenerys said, but the village felt terrible. Dabejun had ambushed the Taoist Sangha at Sengmang and killed him. From his memories, he knew Ghost Sword and Sungun never fought in his past life. The next year, Dabejun was supposed to face Uchi Hoyun in a dungeon and die there. That was how it originally went, until Sunman changed everything. As he walked, he reached Mount Hua sect without noticing, but a man stopped him. The guards were in formation, chasing Ghost Sword, who used dark sorcery to kill the sect leader after being denied a duel, so the protagonist couldn't keep going. One desperate subordinate said Sunman had been seen talking to Ghost Sword yesterday. Once they thought he might be an ally, everyone got ready to fight. Because of the regression, someone was dead and Ghost Sword was being hunted. But the protagonist didn't know if he should blame himself or even what he really felt. Still, he had to protect himself and find Ghost Sword right away. In the middle of the clash, someone called his name and said it was surprising to meet him there. Kim Jong-un called it fate. The mage stopped the fight and said he knew the young man well. The area was sealed off for now, but the boy kept trying to enter, so everyone assumed he was there to help Ghost Sword. Kim Jong-un asked if that was true, and the protagonist didn't give a real answer. The two simply stood there, facing each other. Then the mage decided to go with Lee Sung-min. To everyone's shock, he told them to let the pair pass. He asked for their trust, saying if the boy showed any threat at all, he could cut off his head. The protagonist thanked him for helping. Then he asked about Dochai Baijun, but the mage dodged it and said he expected something strange. A corpse nearby showed clear signs of dark sorcery. The skill was called Vital Drain, an art that steals a person's energy. No wonder people called him the demonic sword. That meant Byosuke Byanjun did this. And now Mount Hua wouldn't be the only group after him. The whole era would want him dead. Even heaven's favor wouldn't save him. As they spoke, a crow landed on the mage's shoulder. It was his familiar, returning from scouting. With the bird back, Kim Jong-un learned something new. He looked at his friend with a grim expression. He said the Taoists of Mount Hua would be delayed. After blocking their messages, he asked to speak with the protagonist, alone. Even martial masters would just be drained by Vital Drain and make the enemy stronger, so the mage was helping the boy purely out of curiosity. He wanted to see how this would change the flow of life. Those words made the hero suspicious. Then a voice holding an instrument asked if they were done. Tupikabatis Faifabakamha had just finished. Fighting some men, even exhausted, The boy refused to give up. He rose and used the fifth stance, the supreme spear of the heavens. His opponent waited calmly. Then his face shifted when he sensed something off. The strike wasn't strong enough to hurt him, and it slipped away. With just his sword, he smacked the boy on the head. That technique was clearly too much for the young man's body. With a lump on his head, he lay there too, weak to rise. Now, in the forest, the warrior finally faced Dok Bajun. The old man sensed him in the dark, and after a quiet pause, the boy said he had something to ask. He wanted to know what the old man would have done if they had met at the sect entrance, and how things might have gone if he had never explained why the leader refused his challenges. After a long silence, Dok Bajun finally answered he would have given up. Back then, he thought he was simply too weak to challenge the leader of the greatest sect. Later, he learned it wasn't about strength, but because of his sorcery. Since he couldn't face him openly, he broke into the sect at night and got the fight he wanted. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes had a cursed look. The old man said the world was huge, and that leader was the strongest person he had ever fought. So to him, it was a perfect battle with a satisfying end. The young man was stunned. He remembered his friend in the mountains and everything he had been taught. Then he closed his eyes as he sensed the strange thing before him, realizing the Taimewas had died because of him, and now Dolke Baijana had become this. The old man told him that even if that was true, those choices were still his own. There are too many things in this world no one can fully know. So the boy couldn't carry all the blame. But he still felt responsible and couldn't accept that answer. Seeing how stubborn he was, the old man thought the boy was too full of himself. The protagonist knew Dok Bajun was stronger than him. Too many people across different lives had suffered just because they crossed paths with Lee Singmin. Even so, he still held his spear for his own sake, but he was sure every death tied to him would stay on his shoulders, and he knew that weight was almost impossible to bear. Even then, he meant to face the demonic sword and kill him. Knowing the fight would be hard, he asked Kim Jong-un to call the Taoists of Mount Hui. Dokei Baijun was much stronger now after absorbing the energy of more than 10 people. Sword in hand, the old man wanted to see how much the mountain boy had grown. The hero realized he had turned into something far more terrifying. In the dark, the old man said the boy was still young and he was ready to fight. Looking at that dreadful face, the hero understood Dokei Jun was a vampire. This vampire, tied by blood to the demonic sword, was either incredibly strong or simply not trying very hard. A vampire can escape old age by drinking the blood of stronger beings. Even so, he was still an old man at heart. Then the fight began in full, showing what both of them could do. Dappy Jun was highly skilled and knew how to guard against heavy attacks. But even if he was a lesser vampire, that didn't make him weak. He carried the power of a transcendent vampire master, so lowering your guard was never an option. The vampire rushed in to strike. The boy answered with a soul-purging assassin thrust, trying a new attack. The old man's sword shook in his hand as he lost balance, then he suddenly stabbed it into the ground. At the same time, someone sprang forward in one huge leap, driving his spear toward Dappy Jun, but with incredible speed. The old man dodged it. Reading the boy's intent, he lunged back at him. The boy panicked at how fast the vampire was. He gripped his spear tightly and spun it around his body. The old man attacked again, but the boy slipped away. Then, before his enemy noticed, he pierced his chest and threw off his balance. Confused, the old man couldn't track the boy's movement. The boy had mastered the new techniques of Lee Kangwon and Bak Sogo. Blood in his eyes, he aimed his spear at the enemy. Not wasting the moment, the old man gripped his sword with one hand and swung at Sung Min. With several quick steps, the boy prepared the supreme spear of the 9 heavens with the hidden serpent strike. Unable to read those movements, the old warrior waited for the blow. His vampire eyes could catch things normal people never could, but even he didn't expect the violent strike. Power burst up from the ground itself. The old man laughed and said he never thought the spear would come from under his feet. If he had dodged even A moment later, his head would have been pierced. The protagonist's anger kept rising, clear in his savage stare. Daok Bijun realized that ignorant mountain boy had grown a lot. As they fought under the rising red moon, the old warrior suddenly said he had invited the boy. The boy was confused by that. Moving closer, the man said he had invited his talent. Feeling him approach, the boy readied his spear, but he still got wounded in the arm. As he fell, Daok Bijun stood before him, like a shadow. The protagonist struck again through the darkness, only to realize his spear had been broken in two. Stunned, he demanded an explanation. The vampire paused and began telling his story. After leaving the mountain, he grew desperate over his aging body. He didn't want to grow old. He wanted to keep going farther, but his body couldn't follow. He had trained with the sword for 50 years and once dreamed of becoming the strongest in the world. But his body failed him, so he searched for another way to overcome age. That was why he chose to become a vampire. Laughing, Daok Bijun said he knew someone was waiting for reinforcements. He wanted them to come quickly so he could drink their blood and reclaim his youth. Hearing that, the hero gathered all his anger. Using his ring, he released all his power. He had truly respected that old friend. The vampire grew excited, seeing they still hadn't reached the peak of the battle. Now he knew fighting that boy would be even more fun than he expected. When a martial artist reaches the top, they can pour their energy into a weapon. That's called an energy sword. It greatly boosts attack power, and a master can slice steel like it's nothing. If they go beyond that level, the energy takes shape. That's called an enhanced energy sword. It's far deadlier than a normal energy sword and can kill in one hit. Still, there is a way to block it. Enhanced protection energy. It wraps enhanced energy around the whole body and guards against an enemy's power. But Sun Min can't use it. His enhanced energy is still incomplete and came only from insight. Even with no clear way to win, Lee Sun Min refused to give up. He attacked any way he could. Even exhausted and gasping, he never paused. No matter how many times he was struck down, he got back up. But the vampire was far too fast and vanished from sight. Then he appeared behind him. Sun Min felt him there, but he was still too weak to stop him. The spear's power ripped through the air. For a moment, he spotted an opening in the barrier and struck, but the enhanced protection blocked his spear. Daok Bijun could keep taking hits with that energy, protecting him. One clean hit to the head, though, could still kill even the moon vampire, protection or not. And the skill gap between them was huge. As he thanked fate for surviving this long, his spear cut through empty air, leaving a deadly opening. Between masters, even that means death. In less than a blink, Lee Sun Min felt in his bones that this was the end of his life, yet he was still alive. The demonic sword stepped back instead of finishing him. Only when he saw that crazed smile did Lee Sun Min realize the demonic sword was just playing with him, and that made his blood boil. For 4 years, Lee Sun Min trained with the Shaolins and fought Jai Hack every day. His martial arts became steady, and he reached the supreme peak. For someone his age, that's almost unheard of. He wasn't weak at all. He had just run into monsters stronger than him. Facing geniuses he'd need lifetimes to catch, along with the memories from his past life, left him with a deep inferiority complex. Life would have been easier if he had settled for being average in an average world. But his time with the Shaolins helped him push past that weakness in his heart. Meanwhile, the fight kept raging. Lee Sun Min may have gotten stronger, but he still felt weak. And that was the truth. His real problem wasn't just weakness. He couldn't bear the lives lost because of his own pride. Still, the demonic sword kept toying with Lee Sun Min. In that moment, Hero understood just how bad things were. That's why he kept training harder. Because he refused to stay weak. Because he didn't want to live with shame. And because he wanted to crush that inferiority complex for good. Using the last of his strength, the hero attacked. He forced himself closer to an enemy who felt untouchable. The protection around that body kept growing. But Sun Min still wanted to change. With his ring in, hand, he unleashed all his power and stabbed into his enemy's chest, leaving the vampire stunned. Even Lee Sunmin didn't know how he had pulled off that strike. The vampire clearly felt the spear hit. His legs lost their footing, and he staggered. Seeing the spear buried in his chest, he was shocked. He couldn't understand how that attack got through. Lee Sunmin felt the tension in the air and asked himself the same thing Dokai Jun did. He had no idea how he did it, and the answer flashed by, then disappeared. That trance-like thrust was faster than the demonic sword's blade and pierced the protection, but Lee Sunmin still didn't understand it. He thought it might be another sudden awakening, like when he first touched enhanced energy. At the same time, his opponent was writhing. From the pain, he tried every way he could to pull free from the spear. Sunmin, desperate, didn't know what to do next. The old warrior said it felt like he had tripped over a stone. A boy at Sunmin's level should never have been able to land that thrust. After tearing the spear from his chest, he charged the talent before him again. That spear strike was stronger, faster, and quieter than even the blade of Tua Samha. He knew that if death came, his blood wouldn't be enough to heal him, so he gripped his sword even tighter. His sword turned bright blue, and he urged the boy to show him more. As he moved, his blue aura lit the sky. Tojo K. Bijun wanted Sun Min to reveal the power he himself had never reached. The innate energy core is power a person is born with, but using it means death or losing nearly all their life. Since he was using that power, he would die soon, and the protagonist could have just run and left him there. But Tojo K. Bijun's eyes burned with joy and passion. After seeing those eyes, the hero couldn't run. Thakai Buhu wasn't some puppet demon of sorcery. He was a seeker chasing truth and trying to break his limits. Sun Min knew the old man had lied about envying his youth and talent. He was really someone who had run from his own inferiority while pretending to overcome it, and for that, Sun Min would use his spear with everything he had. If he could recreate that miracle strike, he'd give a great martial artist a proper death. By then, the old man had no strength left, and blood poured from his mouth. Before dying, he said he was disappointed in the boy. Growing weaker, he said the blow that killed him should have been stronger and grander than Sun Has. With the spear in his chest again, the old warrior still couldn't understand why he had ended up like that. Sun Min stood beside him and listened to his last words. Before he could finish, his hand fell limp. Da Kerbaho was dead. The protagonist felt the weight of what he still had to carry. In that world, the demonic sword died. Smiling, kneeling beside him, the boy asked for forgiveness. Worn down by so much death, he blamed himself for every loss. As he cried for the fallen, he noticed a light coming toward him. It was Sogo, and he ran into her embrace. She told him he had grown a lot. The protagonist was stunned to see his friend there in the forest, suspicious. He pulled back for a moment and asked why she was there. She stayed beside him in silence. As she gathered flowers, she said she had heard rumors about the demonic path. The hero listened closely. She placed the flowers on Jukbu, Bawan's body. Then she gently closed his eyes. Grieving for her friend, she said nothing more. Sunbin and Sogo hadn't seen each other in around 5 years. Now they were reunited, in a place like this. Sogo had already sensed that the mountain boy had grown much stronger. She said she felt demonic energy, watched his fight with the demonic sword, and saw him losing. Even if he had died, she wouldn't have stepped into that fight. With a faint smile, the boy said he understood. She was a martial artist too. Still, he believed he should have died. He had spent the whole battle retreating, and only a lucky strike let him win. Despite the difference in strength, the demonic sword had been consumed by ambition and pushed himself beyond every limit. But Sogo said their friend was wrong. Confused, the boy asked what she meant. She explained that his sin was harming innocent people, and nothing could excuse that. She didn't know his pain or his reasons, but none of it mattered after all the unforgivable deaths he'd caused. The two stood there, in silence. Sogo's sense of justice was very different from the protagonist's. Senbin said he had chased the demonic sword out of responsibility, and with a sad look, he understood. She said she belonged to the Murim alliance, a place where her kind of justice could be tested and where she had learned useful information. Knowing that man, she had wanted to stop him, but she hadn't known the protagonist was there. With a little blood at his mouth, he called out to Sogo. Curious, he asked how he seemed to her. She said Senbin looked completely different, far beyond the boy she had met before. In the end, she said she was happy to see that change. Then she remembered she still had a mission to finish, and she had to leave. The moment she said that, Lee Sangbin focused on it. Sogo was hunting the little celestial demon, YG Hoyon. The moment he heard that name, his eyes widened. As she left, she said she couldn't tell him anything more, and without promising anything, she said they'd meet again soon. Before Sangbin could answer, she vanished. Left alone, he thought about Sogo's mission. Most likely, that was the mission that had gotten her killed in his past life. Joining the Murim alliance to follow her own justice wasn't something she'd easily give up. At that moment, the boy realized he could never persuade her. After the demonic sword who used dark sorcery was killed, rumors spread about a young hero, the one who slew a vampire at the Supreme Martial Peak under the full moon, now called the demonic spear. When he returned to the shack, a voice sounded shocked. With full resolve, Lee Sangbin asked the god of time to give him the trial, even if it cost him his life. Seeing that determination, Daenerys was speechless. The warrior wanted only one thing to finish that trial. Looking at him now, Daenerys could tell he had come prepared, almost like a madman. The pain waiting for him in that trial would be worse than anything he had ever known. But the protagonist didn't care. He told Daenerys to start the trial now. Sensing the young man's pain, the god of time gave a small smile and decided to begin at once. In the next instant, they were in a completely different place. It was the world inside the protagonist's consciousness. Training there wouldn't affect Sangbin's brain. Only his mind could be trained, and he couldn't use the status window or any skills. To get out, he had to rely only on memory and talent. He would stay there until the sand in the hourglass ran out, and one trial lasted a full century. With no way to take it back, he was trapped in that empty place for at least 100 years. The god of time felt the young man deserved that punishment. He might even stay longer than a century. Demanding says he can remain there as long as he chooses. When all the sand falls, he gets two choices: return to the real world or turn the hour-glass over. Each flip adds another 100 years. But once he turns it, there's no backing out. He has to stay until the sand runs out again. Only 3 out of 10 survived. The rest went mad or died. Many cleared the first 100 years, grew overconfident, and flipped it again. Then the second century started breaking their minds. So the god of time wanted to see how long the protagonist could endure. With those final words, Daenerys vanished, and the century began. And that soon became torture. He missed hunger, thirst, exhaustion, and most of all, pain. Whatever he tried, and that soon became torture. He missed hunger, thirst, exhaustion, and most of all, pain. Whatever he tried, he felt nothing. He never thought the absence of pain could hurt this much. Once he understood his situation, despair hit him hard. This was more than pain. He had no idea if he was training properly, and no one was there to correct him. Uchi Hoyin, Bak Sogo, and Jai Hak were gone. Even when a spear thrust felt wrong, he couldn't be sure. Whenever he thought all this suffering might be pointless, he nearly lost his mind. Lee Sunmin needed proof he was doing it right. Instead, he felt completely lost. There were no answers, and when he thought most of the time had passed, he checked the hourglass and saw that not even one grain had fallen. Outside, his body still stood before the sun god. Darnier had already started thinking about what to do with it. Sure, he would fail. Then he sensed something strange. Looking closer, his eyes widened. Cold sweat ran down his back as he realized he was dealing with a true madman. Only 10 people had ever taken that trial, and all of them cleared the first century easily. The protagonist knew he had less talent and less will than they did. That thought pushed him back into his memories, reminding him why he never gave up. In the end, he was still just a lava, so he couldn't complain about crawling. Back on the Mountain of Mercy, he had already accepted that he would keep crawling until he passed the geniuses, and if a wall stood in front of him, he would break it and make his own path. Compared to that, his Shaolin training was nothing. He just had to recover and keep moving. Even a huge rock becomes sand under the ocean over time. Yet the supreme spirit of the 9 heavens still didn't seem to improve, no matter how much he trained. In the end, he decided people don't really change. That's why everyone hides behind masks. No matter how much he thrust or moved, he gained nothing and never felt tired. A spear exists to pierce and suppress. It was part of a powerful monk art, but that wasn't his path. So he sank deeper, into confusion. With less than half the time left, he still didn't know if he'd done what he was supposed to. Still, he refused to stop. Even if he left now, nothing would change. He became certain he had to kill the weak, part of himself. Kneeling down, he asked forgiveness for killing the Lord when someone this weak should never have been the one to do it. Change was hard, but he wanted to destroy the weakness inside him, even if that weakness was all he had. He steadied himself and stopped grieving, because time was almost gone. He trained for 200 years without improving at all. Still just a classless man. He couldn't count how many times despair made him want to quit in those 200 years. But he was done running, and he still wanted to change his future. With a tired face, he turned the hour-glass again. That wait was his hesitation, and with that turn, another 2 centuries began. His face showed pain spreading through his whole body. When he came back to himself, much more sand had fallen. He had probably gone insane for a while before regaining control. He had felt that many times before, likely disgusted by his own weakness. Still, as long as he didn't stay broken forever, all that time meant nothing to him. That next 100 years went much better, because at least it felt like he was moving forward, even slowly. This time, he trained the mystical art of the violet dawn and the flight of the shadowless soul. Having a goal let him feel better for a little while. But after another 2 centuries, he still hadn't improved, just as he expected. So he added 3 more centuries. That first century had felt like hell, but now it almost seemed easier. By then, he was sure he had gone mad, living there. Still, after sensing a little progress, he aimed higher and tried to recreate the strike that killed the demonic sword. Of course, he couldn't copy it perfectly, so he added another 400 years. Before long, 1,000 years had passed. By then, nothing in his eyes showed what he truly felt. He only stared at the wall of the supreme peak. Then he laughed, realizing it had taken him just 1,000 years to find that structure, and added 500 more. If finding the wall took that long, crossing it would take even longer, so he kept training day after day, without stopping. After nearly 1,500 years, he finally copied the strike that killed the demonic sword. But it was only a weak imitation. He couldn't match that power or speed in any other spear move. He wondered when he would finally become a supreme peak master. Then he looked at the hourglass and added even more time. The god of time grew more shocked by Sangbin's actions. To him, Sangbin was completely insane. But Sangbin had only one goal: to finish the trial he had been given. In the end, his eyes showed his absolute refusal to fail. Dead air kept one thing hidden. That realm of consciousness slowed growth so badly that even geniuses struggled, which made despair come faster. The people before him had all been stronger than the hero, yet none lasted past 1,000 years. Even so, this young man endured far longer. In the end, he trained for a staggering 2,100 years. When he returned, Denner wanted to know how he had survived that long. As he realized his own weakness, blood dripped from his nose. His brain was overloaded. Taking in 2,100 years of memories at once was no easy thing. Denner was stunned to learn the warrior had gone insane several times and still recovered. Someone so simple-minded should have quit because of his lack of talent. And Denner understood that might be exactly why he lasted 2,100 years. The others were like eagles soaring freely, but birds that fly don't know how to walk, much less crawl. Lee Sunmin had crawled from the very start, with weights on his back. He was used to being knocked down and standing up again after falling into despair again and again. All that suffering had made him numb to it. The god of time was truly shocked by the man before him. Still, he knew that wasn't the only reason. The protagonist's body felt terribly heavy after being without one for 2,000 years. The last survivor of 1,000 years couldn't even remember how to speak. So Dinner returned his memories up to the present to help fill that gap. At once, the protagonist was flooded with memories. His face changed as key facts came back to him. He still remembered that pathetic old self, but he was thankful anyway. The god of time's trial had only trained Sangdon's mind, not his body. But with the memories and mindset he gained there, getting stronger from now on would be easy. He then asked Denier to look after him. He had nowhere to stay, so he wanted to remain in the house until he got used to his body again. After 2,100 years of isolation, he needed help recovering. The muse, the god of time, told him to do whatever he wanted. A year later, at the Shelvin Temple, the whole area was overgrown. There, a practitioner trained without rest. Yohank was stunned when he heard a voice he hadn't heard in a long time. Beside him, Sangben looked curiously at the man, but his face turned to shock when he saw the boy next to him. Protagonist already had a perfect plan in mind. Confused, the warrior said he didn't understand what had happened to him. Clearly, a lot had changed in all that time. Yohank had heard the rumor that Lee Sun-min was the one who defeated the demonic sword. He didn't believe killing a great martial artist, the one who had slain the Mount Hua sect leader, was just luck. The hero had reached supreme peak in the middle of the year, and the fighter was curious about the power he had gained. Even while trying to dodge the topic, it took him a while to admit what he really felt. Looking into Sun Min's eyes, it seemed like he had lived absurdly long. The two stayed quiet for a moment. Then the warrior tightened his grip on his weapon, making his intent clear. Jia Hong wanted to fight Sang Ben, but the boy was already ready for that duel. He said that was exactly why he came. Just as they took their positions, a voice ordered them to stop. The old man warned that if those two fought, Shaolin's future could be ruined. Hearing Master Bullion, both men stopped. The old man was impressed by how much the boys' martial arts had grown. Sing Ben had come for one reason. He wanted to see how close he had gotten. He was determined to get as close to Wuji, Huayang as he could. Master Bullion said the girl's talent should have taken her much farther already. Jiang waited for him to finish. The old man added that even Huayang at 17 should still be far ahead of Sun Min. But Sun Min had expected that, so he wasn't surprised. He never thought his current strength was enough to match her. Still, the realm of consciousness had raised his power a great deal. With this body, he planned to climb even higher. There were only 2 months left before the dungeon opened. Jae Hink asked him to stay the night, but Sang Ben left after taking back the demonic armor and his spear. He still had to learn about the Black Heart, stop Bak Sogo from dying, find Inveris, and restore his martial power. With so much to do, he couldn't waste any time. His first goal was finding Inveris, whose twisted causality was different from his own. The man had escaped death itself, so Sang Ben hoped he could help. He went searching for the one person who might have answers. From Erebus Info, the merchant called Inveris had been seen in the forest of sleepers. That forest was feared because the ghostly screams drove people insane. No one knew what lay deep inside, since everyone avoided the monster-filled woods. Sang Ben couldn't believe a normal merchant would come here. Regular people would lose their minds from the screams, but to him, they were just annoying noise. Nothing in the forest could truly shake him. Then something strange appeared. Behind him, startled, he swung with full force. With a few blows, he crushed every monster that came at him. At the same time, some mysterious figures watched from far away. They wondered how he was killing the monsters so easily. They judged him a supreme peak master, but not from a demonic sect, since he had no demonic energy. Knowing they couldn't beat him alone, they moved to call for help, but Samban had already spotted them and simply asked if they knew someone named Inveris. Terrified, the men pulled their weapons too, protect themselves. A dart shot straight at him. He dodged it, confused by the sudden attack. Even so, the men kept fighting with everything they had. One of them sent a fierce blast of fire at him. Sun Min didn't care. He knew he could take it all. The attacker was stunned when Sun Min copied the same move with a wave of his hand. Walking closer, the boy tried a calmer approach. There was no reason to fear him, but one look from him was enough to scare the man stiff. Then he explained that they were deaf, so if Sun Min wanted to talk, he had to write on the ground. That made Sun Min understand why they had reacted so strongly. So they started talking by writing in the dirt. Then, without warning, a warrior dropped from the sky. He slammed down hard onto the ground, shouting as he called the two men idiots for what they were doing. They had no right to share tribal information with an unfinished outsider. This man was one of the tribe's powerful elders. Soon after, Sun Min realized the others weren't actually deaf. Still, all he cared about was Inveris. The elder angrily declared he would tell an outsider nothing. The men saw there was no choice left but to fight. After dropping the elder, Sun Min tried speaking to them again. They were shaken, still unable to believe he had beaten the elder. Figuring Inveris was tied to their tribe, he told them to take him there. The tribe lived in the forest of sleepers and used a drug that protected them from the endless screams. Soon they reached the village, a place packed with wooden buildings, though some of the men clearly disliked bringing him there. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as the chief, Kazuya. The two stared each other down, trading sharp words while judging what to do next. The chief was no weakling. He was a supreme peak master who had gone through origin, reversal. Annoyed, the old man demanded to know what Sun Min wanted so badly that he killed an elder and threatened two youths. Sun Min kept saying he came peacefully and never meant to kill anyone. Still, he wasn't going to stand there while someone tried to kill him. That answer left the chief silent. For a moment, putting anger aside, he realized too many of his people would die if they tried to stop him. So he allowed Sun Min to stay as a guest. Sun Min accepted, but he stayed alert. Their truce was set. Then Sun Min asked if the chief knew Inveris. The chief told him Inveris had left the forest 2 months earlier. They had no clue where he went after that, but before leaving, Inveris had said someone would come, asking about him. His last request was that they guide that person to a certain place. After a short walk, they reached another part of the forest. Kazuya explained that countless trees had risen there to form a wall. Sun Min gripped his spear and prepared to break it. He poured all his strength and will into the weapon. Then he hurled himself at the wall. The force was so great that the chief had to shield his eyes. But even after that strike, Sun Min looked desperate. Raw strength alone couldn't break the barrier. Not even Inveris had crossed it. Only the tribe chief could open it. So the old man chose to open the wall for him. He gathered all his power and opened a dark passage. Even then, the chief didn't know what was inside. He only knew an unbelievable power lived there, and even a supreme peak master would struggle to get through. Before he could finish, Sun Min stepped inside. Kazuya could only stare as the boy vanished. The non-stop screams would shatter anyone's sanity. It was a brutal mental attack, and just like Kazuya said, even a supreme peak master couldn't bear it. But for 2100 years, Lee Sung-min had endured something even worse in the realm of consciousness, where his mind was broken and rebuilt, again and again. That left him somewhere between sane and mad. As he walked, he heard a strange voice trying to speak to him, and something flickered through the smoke ahead. That power let him in because it had mistaken him for someone else. Curious, it asked if he was the one who had gone back in time. Not knowing what was talking to him, Sun-min stayed quiet. Then another voice told the monarch of the void to stop acting like that. A girl changed her form and said he was scaring the boy. Sun-min had no idea what was happening. Finally, he asked who these two strange beings behind the wall of trees were. Before he could say more, the girl introduced herself. She was Ruby, Inveris's familiar, and said she had been waiting for him all this time on her master's orders. She added that her form looked like this because of her master's odd taste. Curious, Sunmin asked what the creepy thing behind him was. Ruby said it was the monarch of the void, a remnant of the great demons. 400 years ago, he had been a mighty demon who ruled over more than 100 others. Now he was only a spirit with no body. Lee Sun-min asked why Ruby had waited so long in a place like this. She said only her master could answer that, since he also had twisted causality. Even as his familiar, she couldn't track his exact location. That made Sun-min impatient. Since the master could sense Ruby's location, she said the best choice was for him to follow her. He couldn't understand why this was getting so complicated. And he still didn't get why that weird thing was standing in front of him. The monarch of the void only knew one thing. The one who returned would come looking for him someday. He wanted to leave the forest with a regressor. People in the forest tribe spoke of a good god, but that only made the monarch laugh. As long as the tribe's blood remained in the forest, the final seal would stay. And even he didn't know whether the path had an end. Even after all that, Sun-min still had plenty of questions. Ruby repeated that he might eventually meet her master, Inveris. The only issue was how to carry a demon with no physical body. Even her master hadn't explained that part. Suddenly, the monarch of the void started changing form. Sun-min watched carefully. Then the spirit lunged at him with its power. Even Ruby didn't know what the monarch was trying to do. He planned to steal Sun-min's body after being trapped for 400 years, without one. It was trash compared to his old body, but he meant to use it anyway. Ruby waited to see how it would end. The monarch of the void laughed wildly, then realized he had flown straight into the bracelet on the boy's arm. Confused, he couldn't understand what had happened. The great monarch of the void had been rejected and sealed inside the bracelet. Sung-min's mind was too strong after 2100 years in the realm of consciousness. On top of that, it might have been some blessing from someone moving behind the scenes. Still, the only way to get answers was to meet Inveris. The bracelet brought back memories of when his friend, Lude, was still alive. He had shared many memories with that item, and now he couldn't use it anymore. He wanted to throw the monarch out of the bracelet, but the spirit panicked. Before Sung-min could leave him behind, the monarch tried to buy his way in with a gift. He claimed that when he was a great demon, he had gathered huge war spoils over centuries. Ruby backed him up, saying he really had once been rich, with a vault full of treasure and strange items. Sung-min thought it over. In the end, Ruby and the monarch of the void became his companions, and the three of them moved on through the forest. The familiar planned to wait for Master Inveris, somewhere quiet. It sounded fine, but first the men had somewhere else to go. The girl asked if that place was dangerous. His face already gave him away. He was heading to a dungeon first. Dungeons are strange places filled with powerful magic. Each one follows its own rules. When dungeon monsters die, their bodies vanish and loot appears instead. And the stronger the monster, the better the reward. If you beat the dungeon master, you get a huge prize and the dungeon closes. Rubia asked if he was really going there. Calmly, he said yes. Soon, he stood before a giant stone. 2 months had passed since meeting Rubia and the monarch of the void, and Eberus had helped him find the dungeon. In his past life, he took the stone of regression, and now the crimson stone should be at the entrance. One touch would send him somewhere inside, but for a moment he wondered if this mission was even possible. Still, after coming this far, giving up made no sense. So he reached for the stone. The moment he touched it, he was teleported. He and Rubia entered the dungeon together. Salmon suddenly heard something familiar. He turned and found a huge man beside him. It was an ambush. The man stayed quiet. Then he asked who the boy was. A second later, he realized this was the demon's spear, the one who killed, the demon sword. Grismo apologized, saying he had mistaken him for a master from the demonic faction. In his past life, Grismo had reached the supreme peak and was later killed by Wu Jihoyan. The protagonist had come to stop the little celestial demon. Grismo warned that she was dangerous and had strong people with her. The dungeon rewards were huge, and if she got them, an unstoppable demon could be born. so they had to stop her for everyone's sake. The demon sword Daka, the lonely grandmother, and the Iron Fist demon had entered as her followers too. The Mirim Alliance also had Baksogov, the drunken expedient, the ace of expedients, and the supreme celestial swordsman inside. They were all somewhere. In the dungeon, Grismo said Wuji Hoyun had to be stopped now and asked for his help. After a short silence, he said he'd do all he could for justice. Grismo smacked his back, saying that was exactly what he'd expect from the hero who beat the cursed demon sword. This was Lee Selman's first dungeon. Since every dungeon is different and most are full of strong monsters, they moved carefully. As they went deeper, Grismo sensed something ahead. Both stopped at once. A strange light filled the protagonist's eyes. Someone had arrived, and Wuji Hoyun also felt the presence of a boy she hadn't seen. A long time. When they met, neither spoke. They only exchanged heavy looks. The one before them was the little celestial demon. But Grismo felt something was off. Then Baksogo stepped out of the darkness. The big man lit up the moment he saw her. But they should have looked closer. Something about her wasn't right. A closer look showed something strange on her face. Grismo instantly grew desperate. She rushed him and kicked him with full force. Blood ran from his lips. Rubia realized it was a doppelganger, a monster that copies someone's looks and movements. Worse, it had just used a soul attack, without even having a soul. Then the creature's focus shifted, its red eyes locked on the protagonist. He instantly activated his bracelet, and armor covered his body. He was furious that his friend was being copied like this. Rubia panicked when she felt his rage. The creature started to move, and suddenly a storm of attacks came at him. They all aimed for the protagonist. He had killed the old demon sword, and that day Baksogo had told him how much he had grown. He could never forget those words. That was why he trained for 2100 years to make her proud, and hear that again. But not from some monster, wearing her face. So he fought without holding back. He told Grismo it was only a copy, a doppelganger that could mimic martial arts, but it was still far weaker than the real Sogo. Normally, doppelgangers copy looks, not skills. Rubia said not to worry. She would guide them now. Another voice mocked the arrogant little puppet. Fed up, the hero told both of them to shut up and stop arguing. He had a bad feeling. If they had run into Sogo's copy, they might find someone else's next. Salmon immediately thought of Uji Hoyan, and panic showed on his face. Elsewhere, a Mirim Alliance member, Juchundo, was killed. His subordinate fought desperately to survive. The Alliance warrior unleashed all his anger at the cursed monster before him. That monster looked just like the little celestial demon. She stood there, ready to attack again. Seeing her, he assumed she had learned new tricks. Determined, he tried to bring justice to the people she had killed. He roared that Yuji Hoyan had to die. Then the fight began, but the little demon was far stronger. Without even moving, she struck once. That single blow killed him on the spot. She said nothing. Her eyes showed nothing at all. The thought crossed her mind. It had been 9 years since she last saw that person. On the ground lay a copy of Lisa Man. She quietly said she was glad it wasn't the real boy. Then she noticed her own appearance and thought she should have cleaned herself up more. Looking over his body, she realized just how much stronger he had become. She admitted she'd be truly sad if he died here. Then she turned away, leaving the body behind and hoping Lisa Man would survive. Laughter echoed through the dungeon. After a hard fight, Baksogo still didn't look very tired. She already knew she had been fighting doppelgangers. The one she beat was Jukchundo's copy, the weakest of them. She found a pure elixir and realized it had been inside the copy's body. Now unsure where to go, she needed to find the other Mirim Alliance members. In her current state, she knew she couldn't beat Wuji Hoyon or any of her followers. Then 2 people approached. They were followers of the little celestial demon, the lonely phantom and the Iron Fist. Both saw that the girl was alone. The magic stone dropped from Bakozos' doppelganger was a crystal packed with great power. A voice called him an idiot for asking why the protagonist didn't just eat it. That would only make things worse because his core was unstable. and his Keeman body were out of balance. Still, his heart seemed perfect, so pure that even among great demons, none had one like it. The protagonist was still confused by all this. Ahead of him, the Yokobal of the mountain kept walking calmly. Then he stopped for a moment. On the ground lay a man missing one arm. It was the beggar's sect member known as the Begging One. The protagonist recognized him as one of the top 3 disciples. He had lost his arm after meeting a copy of the Lonely Phantom and taking dozens of sword strikes at once. Realizing he was dying, he begged for potions. After drinking them, he thanked them for saving him. With an elixir, they might even be able to attach his arm again. Grismo introduced the boy as Demon Spear Lee Summon, the one who defeated the Demon Sword. The drunkard stepped closer and said heard plenty about him. Baksogo talked about him a lot, and he claimed the 2 of them were close. The hero said a real friend should help when needed, then wondered what kind of bond the drunkard had with Sogo. The 2 started trading jabs, each saying he was closer to her. Grismo just stood there in silence. The protagonist suddenly felt his face getting hot. A voice teased that someone must like the ghostly girl and that watching 2 grown men fight over her was funny. The drunkard then realized he'd been rude to someone who had just saved him with a potion. The voice kept laughing at how much fun they seemed to be having. That sweet little love story had blinded them completely. Then one of the little demon's followers stepped forward and introduced herself as the evil old lady. Grismo spotted her at once and recognized her. Annoyed, she claimed she could beat him in one hit. Someone understood she was another of Wuji Huiyan's followers. Rubia then announced that her analysis of the dungeon was complete. The fight was about to start. She showed everything she had gathered. The blue dot was the protagonist, yellow dots were other people, and red dots were monsters. With that information, they had a chance to win. But 3 yellow dots were moving fast, which likely meant a battle. The hero focused on Rubius display. The location was right beyond the wall, so one of those dots might be Sogo fighting, Wuji or another enemy. After thinking it over, he decided to break through the wall. Meanwhile, the other 2 kept fighting the evil old lady. Then they felt a huge burst of energy. Grismo warned the old woman to get ready for a massive hit. That wall wouldn't fall to normal force, so the protagonist pushed his spear to its limit. Energy began gathering around it. His power had reached a much higher level, and he knew he had used this technique before. The spear kept building bright, intense energy. Grismo knew it was time to attack. The old woman panicked, sensing what was about to hit her. The protagonist poured out all his strength until his face went pale. The enemy couldn't defend herself anymore and only screamed. Then the wall exploded, and smoke poured through the cracks. Everyone froze, confused by what had just happened. Sogo stared in shock. The hero moved to save her from the enemies and stepped in front of her as a shield. Shaken, she could only think about how long it had been since they last met. At the same time, status updates for each person appeared. Lee Sunmin wouldn't let anyone hurt back Sogo. The other 2 men grew wary. They didn't know him and assumed he was from the Murim Alliance. Even while hurt, the girl was stunned that her friend had broken that wall. With something in his hand, he said he came to help. It was the gift from the Buddhist ambassador, saved all this time so its power wouldn't fade. But he couldn't let this go on. So he bit into the sphere with all his strength. The moment he swallowed it, his body changed completely. The men watched closely, fully alert. Even with only half, his inner energy started coming back, proving Hugh Ju was right. The stronger one would handle the girl while the other rushed the cursed boy with his sword. Elsewhere, the 2 fighters got ready. The enemies leaped in to close the gap. Lee Sun Min raised his spear to block. The enemy's sword was powerful, and he controlled his skills with deadly force. Seeing how much stronger the boy had become, Basoga was impressed. Still gripping her spear, she knew the fight wasn't over. Even Van Mist thought that despite his lower level, this guy was tough to face. He didn't seem like a returnee, but he clearly had trained for a very long time. Then Sin Min jumped at his opponent, who met him with his drawn sword. They clashed hard, with no time to breathe. Neither could land a clean hit on the other. Sinmin twisted away from the sword coming at him. Meanwhile, the man's eye flashed with strong magic. He suddenly started slashing in every direction. The protagonist kept both hands tight on his spear. He pushed forward, sprinting at full speed, without slowing for a second. The bearded man laughed and taunted him as he came in. Using the 9,000 martyrs in 3 seconds, he tried to wound his enemy. Even then, the sword moved in wild, sudden ways. The man was confused. He didn't know that spear style or its rhythm. Then a brutal strike smashed into his shoulder. He lost his balance for a moment and fought to stay standing. The boy had struck upward so fast it caught him off guard. But to him, the fight was still just fun, and he burst out laughing. Judging by his martial arts alone, the young man had the skill of a master with years of training. Meanwhile, Boksoba was locked in a fierce fight with the other follower of the little celestial demon. Wanting to finish Sunman fast, the man stopped holding back. There were 3 things the venomous demon didn't know. The boy before him was a friend of his beloved master, that the skills he admired in his heart had been refined by that same master, and that his beloved master would be the one to kill him. The bearded man couldn't survive the fatal strike from his master, never even learning why. The moment Ouija Hoyan showed herself, she killed him in a second. The other man saw the little celestial demon arrive and was horrified that she had just slain the venomous demon, her loyal follower. Even if she didn't care for them, they still saw her as their master. Their one wish was for her to rule the world so everyone could witness her reign, so the other man couldn't understand why she killed someone who followed her so faithfully. Ouija Hoyan showed no regret at all. Furious, he realized arguing was pointless now. After all that, Morong Teken declared the little celestial demon must die, but he died instead. That Ouija Hoyan was only a copy, but the 2 men didn't know that, since they'd never seen dungeon doubles before. In the end, the demons who followed Ouija Hoyan all died. Meanwhile, the copy moved toward the 2 of them. Bak Sogo told someone to run right away. She pointed to the hole in the wall and said the drunk and the mountain Yukpo were beyond it. Someone had to bring them back for the next fight if they wanted any chance at all. The protagonist said Sogo was faster, so she had to be the one to go. With a faint smile, he asked her to do it. Unable to refuse her comrade, she finally agreed. As a last move, he tossed him an elixir. Before leaving, she begged him not to die. The protagonist believed he wouldn't, or at least hoped so. Face to face, the 2 men shouted at each other. In his past life, only Ouija Hoyan came out of that dungeon alive. When people asked about the others, she simply said they were all dead. Everyone assumed the little celestial demon had killed them herself, but now someone knew the truth. The band on Ouija Hoyan's arm looked like an artifact that could grow or shrink and fire power at high speed. This time, the protagonist might stop it from happening. Bracing himself, he prepared for the worst. Still, he refused to give up and chose to face his fear. Weapon in hand, he went at the enemy, but that force was too much, and it felt like his arm might tear off. Then the enemy blasted him far away with 1 hit. Sogo, the drunk, and the mountain yacht bull were still busy fighting the old woman, so he had no idea if things would change once they came. Another strike sent the protagonist flying even farther, but his will to live was overwhelming. He had to survive this. He had made promises, many people, and he had to endure. He had to keep fighting. He had to find any way he could to bring that woman down. His body was weak, but his mind wasn't. Drawing on his 2,100 years in the spiritual world, he tried to recall everything he had learned. He needed to attack from the front and aim for the weakest side. The little celestial demon didn't react. Still, she noticed the protagonist getting ready to attack again. He was high above and tried to get as close to her as possible. Holding his spear, he realized the fight could go on forever. Even so, he wouldn't give up and started planning his next move. A voice called him a brat and asked if he had noticed something. That monster wasn't fighting seriously. She was just playing, using that band with all her power and experience. The copies mimicked the original, and he knew Ujihoyan normally didn't use martial arts. After thinking a little more, he realized she only used martial arts on opponents worth it. So even if it looked like child's play, the protagonist had become someone worth her time. He thought of Sogo then and prayed. She wouldn't come back. He understood now. He was fighting a monster. Elsewhere, they were beating the evil old woman while Bak Sogo shouted that she had to help those men. There was no time to lose. She had to get back to the other fight. If the men refused, she would return alone. Then something strange showed in her eyes. The drunk grabbed her with his one good arm and said following her plan would be suicide. They had already underestimated the enemy, and beating Ujihoyan would take 5 times more strength. The drunk said their best option was to retreat. Grismo argued the only escape was killing the boss monster, but the drunk revealed a scroll taken from the old woman. It was a cruel choice because it meant leaving a friend behind. While they argued, Bak Sogo lay unconscious in the man's arms. Then a bright light burst from the hole. At the same time, a regretful voice asked for forgiveness as the warrior kept fighting the little celestial demon. Blood poured from his mouth, and his pupils were wide. His enemy kept pressing him, never letting him rest. She rushed around at incredible speed. The hero had to watch every direction center, opening, right and left. The voice helped him tell where the next attack was coming from. Even with that help, he still couldn't follow every instruction. Fed up, he told the voice to shut up already. He knew that if he died, he'd rot in that place, and Bak Sogo still hadn't returned. The voice claimed she had betrayed him. If he hadn't come in to save her, he wouldn't be in this much danger. But he didn't care if he died in Sogo's place. He was sure something had happened to stop her from coming back. Besides, if he had never met her, he wouldn't have survived the mountain. The voice answered with a dark laugh. Even after that speech, the boy still couldn't die here, so Anne decided to help, and a transformation began. Not understanding any of it, someone simply accepted the help. This was real power, enough to crush every enemy. We should have watched what was happening in front of her. That power was easy to use as long as you had a purpose, and it could be called anywhere, anytime. Light burst out from his armor. It was part of the voice's spiritual power, and the boy's heart accepted spiritual energy. With ease, his wounds started closing, and even his arm improved. The mood shifted, and the original's proud, curious nature had been copied too. At that moment, the copy saw him as a true rival. The protagonist felt like that power might make his veins burst. Meanwhile, the voice told him to hold on. Across from him, Ouija Hoyum prepared her power. In a rage. It was the first time he had received strength like this, but it still wasn't enough. The protagonist refused to give in. He wanted the voice to give him even more power, though he didn't know if he could control it. Even if a weak body shouldn't hold such power, he recognized it because he had reached it once before. If he could return to the level he achieved in the spiritual world, that doppelganger. Without hesitation, the hero demanded more and more power. His spear kept growing stronger and fired spells. In every direction. Ouija Hoym rushed in furious, but her eyes widened when she realized what was happening. All at once, the protagonist blasted her away. She slammed into a wall, debris flew everywhere, and she was left, stuck in the crack. The 9,000 immortal songs were being used. The sacrifice. The protagonist only had to hold on. A few more seconds. As the world released its force, more explosions erupted. Angry, the little celestial demon got back up, attacked again. Power gathered in one of her hands. He never expected to be struck, but the attack came right at the protagonist. This was the strongest power he could use with 6 seconds left. In the sacrifice, to his eyes, power was pouring from his whole body. With that strength, the protagonist tried to bring justice himself. Wee Chihoyam took the hits and was flung even farther back. Her red eyes turned even darker. Then a bright light burst from every part of the dungeon. Even the protagonist looked shocked that he had won, and the copy answered that. Standing still, pain hit him. Sweat ran down his face, and his veins swelled. He had done this 9 years ago. And after thousands of years, he had kept running while thinking about the little celestial demon. With no real confidence, he just wanted to know if he had grown even, a little stronger. The voice mocked him for that and said he still needed someone else's power to win. Having power and knowing how to use were not the same. Then the voice warned him to get ready. The next step was pulling back the borrowed power, and that could be deadly. He said he was used to pain, and the power started leaving him. A horrifying look spread across his face. His eyes bulged, his pupils widened, and the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, his whole body began to glow. He screamed as the power left him. A girl stood beside him, touching his stomach. Robia asked if he was okay. His body had been fighting that pain for a full hour. Even the special elixir the woman gave him wasn't enough to heal him. Without it, he might have died. So once again, he owed his life to Bixoga. He had nearly died. His limbs, joints, blood, and capi had all burst and torn into wounds. Even unable to move, he tried to stand. He said there was somewhere he had to go. Then he started walking without balance. Looking over, he saw stones falling onto the evil old woman. Beside him, Rubia said she could sense mana resonance and movement magic there. An escape scroll had moved 3 people. Realizing Sogo had escaped the dungeon, he felt he had done what he came to do. Even so, he kept moving without turning back. Looking at the map, he headed toward the boss. His final goal was Ouija Hoyan. He staggered but never gave up or stopped to rest. Rubia kept arguing with him, but he said nothing. Then the hero lost balance and fell for a moment. He was too weak to keep moving. For 2,100 years, and all through those 9 years, he had run this way, risking his life because of the words of a 13-year-old child. That was why he wanted to show Ouija Hoyan his effort and shout that he had grown stronger. Because of her, now, he had very little time left. The hero's eyes caught something ahead of him. Then he saw Ouija Hoyin, and his face changed. His childish wish to show off his growth vanished at once. He saw her movement, a step more perfect than anything he had imagined. No doppelganger could copy that, and it was what he had wanted to see all this time. The one before him was the real Ouija Hoyin. She stood there with perfect moves and unmatched power. The girl realized he must have been the dungeon boss. As she walked, she said he was annoyingly strong, and in her past life, she would not have beaten him. She also said she had fought a monster that looked like the boy and used ancient martial arts. To her, he had been a very fun opponent. She could tell Li Shengmin had grown stronger. Now the young man would know how to answer properly. Hidden behind the wall, he had no idea what she meant. With a smile, he said he was too filthy to meet Wei Ji Huan like this. Curious, she asked who he had run into. She gave him some credit for surviving and making it that far. Meanwhile, she leaned against the wall. She said Shengmin had reached his dream and congratulated him. The two kept talking with the thick wall between them. Those 9 years meant a lot to the warrior. For Song Min, they mattered because of all his effort and hard work. She went quiet for a moment, then asked if he didn't want to. As she had said before, she hated people putting expectations on her. Before she came to this world and after, she had always been watched by those awful eyes. But if it had been Song Min all that time, she would not have minded. He apologized. She first thought he didn't want to go with her, but he said that wasn't it. Lee Song Min knew that if he went with her now, he would always live in her shadow and keep trying to become worthy of her. Even if he was stronger than YG Hoyan expected, it still wasn't enough for him. Smiling, she realized how greedy he was. 9 years had passed, and only one remained before their promise ended, so he had 1 year to reach YG Hoyan's level, and then they could meet. He said that after 10 years, he would go with her. A wide smile spread across her face. Leaving him alone with that greed, she chose to wait a little longer. Before going, she warned him it would not be easy, and in 1 year, she would be even stronger than him. From his answers, YG Hoyan saw just how much he had changed. The two stood up, and their faces showed their own goals. Truthfully, she wanted to take him right then, even by force. She wanted to turn back and see his face, but she held herself back. 1 year from now, they could talk more. They could eat and drink together and say everything openly. Then she realized there was one thing she had failed to say. Light fell across her face as she passed through the portal. Without telling him, she missed him. Outside the dungeon, someone screamed in despair. Beksogo asked why the man had taken her out of Somian and stayed behind instead. The drunk man said there had been no other choice. But to her, that act was cowardly, not noble. Turning away, she said she would leave the Merim Alliance. She didn't want to stay in a place like that, and that man would never need to look for her again. To her, what happened was disgusting. The drunk could only stand there in silence, crying. She asked Lee, seeming to forgive her, then said she had to become stronger. The beings that walk this world on 2 feet have rules and morals to preserve order, but some cast those rules aside and go beyond them. Beings that feed on others' blood, beings that reject death and keep living in twisted ways, beings that throw away honor and belief, beings called nature's barbarians, those who can even reach the moon, beings that can hardly be called human. Those left on that boundary are called non-humans. The protagonist's face filled with shock. Lost, he found himself in a place he recognized at once. He had no idea where he was or what was happening. Then a voice asked why he looked so pale. Something behind him caught his attention. It was the voice of the monarch of the void. He asked where they were, and the monarch said it was his dream. When the boy borrowed his power, their spiritual worlds connected, so after falling asleep, he entered that dream. His body was now suffering the side effects of that power, but he was not. Relieved, the hero still felt uneasy, wondering if he was hallucinating since everything after the trial felt like a fever dream. The monarch of the void said he had taken that form to help him feel at ease. Then he tried to show the warrior his true form. Energy spread all around him. A moment later, a strange figure appeared before him. It was the great demon, the monarch of the void. In their original form, demons are beings that look like humans. Even if it was not his real body, he was glad to use that shape again after so long. The monarch had some questions for the young man. He wanted to know what the boy really was. The power he had lent him should have been impossible for someone like him to endure. Even so, the boy handled it well and used it as if it had always been his. If not for the monarch, the warrior would already be dead because his body was too weak. When he lent him that power, he felt the boy's emotions, something even he had never experienced. Even then, something inside the boy formed a mental barrier strong enough to keep the monarch from taking his body. So the protagonist decided to explain himself. He told the monarch he was a regressor and spoke of the training he received from the gods, Murshi and Denir. Now the monarch understood why his mental barrier was so strong and why his talent did not match his current level. He could not believe the boy had trained in the mind world for 2,100 years, calling it pretty stupid. In the end, the hero was older than that strange figure in years, yet still only a child to the monarch. His body simply could not handle all the experience and training from the mind world. The monarch still called him weak, even after 2,100 years, and kept looking down on him. But those were the limits of a human, so the monarch of the void decided the young man should become a demon. Hearing that, the hero went stiff and speechless. He had already felt the cost of borrowing that immense power, and his heart was closer to a monster's. If he became a demon, he would become a very interesting one. If that happened, he might even surpass the woman who obsessed him so much. The young man broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear. Still, he found the courage to refuse. Even then, he could not ignore the inhuman power living inside him. Thinking back, he remembered the order to head north. The old man told him to go where the 1,000-year snow never melts and meet someone there in 5 years. The group was on its way to the great northern city, Travia, though the girl could not understand why they had to stay in such a freezing place for 3 months. While eating, the hero said there simply were not many places they could stop. The voice suggested turning into an object instead of wasting food, and the girl snapped at it to shut up. The warrior kept eating, as if nothing had happened. 3 months had already passed since then. After escaping the dungeon, he paid heavily for borrowing the Monarch of the Void's power. Even before fully recovering, they headed north as Master Bullion instructed. Now, after 3 months on the road, they were close to Travia. Neville's information said this place was once ruled by the bloodthirsty celestial demon. But after he lost an arm to a small celestial demon, demons and monsters began, spreading everywhere. Even before that, Travia had already belonged to demons and other non-human factions. It had always been known as the kingdom of non-humans. Demons like the Monarch of the Void, liches, vampires, werewolves, and human-like monsters all lived there. After thinking it over, the protagonist understood why. He had been smelling dogs for a while now. From the dark forest, several pairs of eyes stared at them. That proved they were close to their destination. Then several werewolves burst from the trees and attacked. Ready to fight, the protagonist figured it was time for some exercise. The furious wolves charged straight at them. The girl warned him that lycanthropes grew stronger at night and normal weapons could not hurt them, but he did not understand what she meant. Then he remembered the elf who forged his spear. He had found a mysterious piece of orichalcum with incredible purity. It appeared after he defeated Widgetroyan's doppelganger in the dungeon. He wanted to turn that material into a spear. As payment, he offered the elf the leftover pieces. She was honored just to touch it and could not believe he was giving it up for a spear. When he saw how upset she was, he asked her to put the orichalcum into his armor instead. Back in the fight, he knew his weapon was far from ordinary. Because of that, he moved with sharp speed and struck the wolves, one after another. His spear slammed into their snouts. His quick movements left them completely confused. He spun the spear smoothly and drove it straight into their chests. Then he noticed he had already taken down half of them. Curious, he asked why they attacked him. One wolf, angered by his nerve, warned that he would not walk away unharmed after what he had done. They said he had entered the territory of Ghost Wolf Sect. The protagonist fired back that he did not even know where their territory was. The wolves blamed him for ruining their income from the village. That made him remember beating up the people trying to sell the girl as a slave. The wolf did not react after hearing that. As he struck another one down, the boy said they were the real villains here. He told them that if they stopped attacking, he would leave, but they clearly had no intention of letting him go. Before he could even finish speaking, the hero landed a clean blow. In the next instant, he cut the wolf's head off. The voice from his bracelet asked what he was thinking. He answered that he did not need to think when killing scum like them. The voice said that with his strength, he could have killed all 10 easily. The boy just looked confused. To the voice, the way he fought made him look as if he was showing off. It also pointed out that the girl beside him was very similar to the wolves. She explained that vampires and lycanthropes must serve a master and create weaker offspring away from that place. So since lycanthropes were lower ranked, they had a home much like theirs. If their lord was who the voice suspected, then they were in real trouble. In his current state, the hero might not beat that person, so he needed to stop acting so recklessly. Somnium got annoyed, thinking the monarch was saying he should have let Ruby become a slave. The girl began crying and blaming herself, but the voice said this fight would have happened anyway once they entered the territory. Without saying much more, it gave one warning. There would always be someone stronger than Lee Sun-min. The Monarch of the Void's warning came true. Almost immediately, as someone approached, a voice said it was a pleasure to meet them. The bracelet revealed the monarch's anger and despair. Then a white-haired figure in a strange coat stepped from the shadows. It was Ju-won, leader of the Ghost Wolf sect, known as the Mad Wolf. The warrior's body showed how nervous he had become. The leader glanced around and saw all his followers dead. Seeing his family defeated, he asked who the boy was. Feeling the tension, the hero gave his name. When Ju-won heard Lee Sun-min, he recognized him as Phantom Spear. He thought the boy belonged to the unorthodox sect and even looked a lot like their kind. But none of that mattered now. Power began rising from Ju-won's body. He meant to kill the boy on the spot and avenge his family. Sensing that murderous intent, Sun Min froze, then a voice ordered the mad wolf to stop at once. The monarch of the void mocked him, asking if he was not too old to bully the weak. The moment Ju-won felt that power, he knew who it was. It had been 400 years since their last meeting, and he thought the monarch was dead. The wolf asked what happened to his body and why he was inside that child now. But the monarch could not answer. He did not even know if his body was truly gone. Remembering an old lie, Jadwan thought back to that humiliating moment. The monarch noted that Jadwan had changed a lot and used to be far wilder. He told Jadwan to leave at once and stop causing trouble. Watching all this, the boy quietly took it in. If a fight broke out, he would not just stand there. Still, Jadwan said he was only passing by and not really lost much. This time, he would let it slide. He then asked if the warrior was headed to Travia. As he turned away, he told him to be careful. Others would not be, as merciful as he was. Then the mad wolf vanished almost instantly beneath the starry sky. If they had fought, the protagonist likely would have lost. Ji-wan was a monster who had built power for over 100 years and stood among the strongest non-humans. The monarch added that without him, the boy would already be dead. He was as weak as an insect. The warrior chose to ignore the voice. Ji-wan was only the leader of a small sect. Even at the top, there were still greater heights beyond him. Even so, Lee Sun-min felt happy realizing how vast the world truly was. He was not as afraid now, and knowing there was still a path ahead excited him. Still, he kept thinking about Ju-won's warning that others would be less merciful. He had no idea who Ju-won meant. Elsewhere, the mad wolf stood alone, in a dark void. He had met the monarch of the void again and could not believe the soul survived even after losing its body, so he went back through his memories. There was no doubt that had been the real monarch of the void, still alive after 400 years. That human was the famous phantom spear. The monarch was inside him. He was probably the one who broke some of Jenny's toys. The woman said she had not cared much before, but now the boy was becoming a real nuisance. Looking closer, she noticed what he looked like now. Even though he was human, the boy looked like one of them, and because of the monarch of the void, the wolf let him go. Either way, the woman planned to keep watching his journey to Trevia. Still, they could not act too quickly because of the power inside that human body. For now, that was all the information they had. If anything happened, the predators would notify Ju-yuan. At last, he had found a heart thief. Neville showed that the document held key details about Travia, including patterns and traits of its forces, then handed the papers to Lee Sunman. Predators, no one. The 5 leaders, the Black Stars. They held incredible power, and he knew the danger was enormous. The others Ju-won mentioned were probably those predators, and the Mad Wolf was one of the 5 leaders, the Black Stars. Realizing there were 4 more like him, the hero grew worried. They had all lived for hundreds of years, so facing them would be incredibly difficult. If he wanted to survive next time, he should let the monarch of the void take over. Even so, the boy refused to become a monster or give the figure in his bracelet that perfect chance. He knew his master had walked that road, and for his honor, he would keep going without losing who he was. The monarch could not see why he rejected that power, but the warrior said he did not want strength that did not feel earned by his own effort. In the end, the protagonist was lucky Ju-yuan. One spared him that time. A voice said a crazy woman in that place liked men like him. Seeing the wreckage around him, the red-haired girl was stunned. She said everyone stayed close while he was strong, but the moment he weakened, they all turned on him. Even then, he still killed them, all with that broken body. In front of her, he only seemed to shine brighter as he released more of his power. She touched his face and called him a pitiful man. Then, without hesitation, she punched him in the face. Desperate, he refused help from a vampire and told her to stay back. He had no intention of being fooled by a woman like her. This was Bakmuzun, the celestial demon and former king of Travia, to the vampire. The whole thing was fascinating. She did not even know why, but a man like him made her heart race like never before. As she licked her wounds, Janella, the vampire queen and a black star of the predators, decided she wanted Bakmason for herself. If he accepted her offer, she would restore his missing arm and give him the power to defeat the one who reduced him to this state. At that moment, pain tore through all of Akmason's limbs. Gritting his teeth at her, he said he refused. Janella had expected him to say yes, so his answer made her furious. Even after losing to someone younger, his will still shined, and that was exactly why she liked him. But every time he rejected her, that strength would slowly fade, so she knew it would not be long before he finally gave in. Still, that would not satisfy Janella. It was always the same. Once she got her toy, she lost interest and went looking for another. She had played that game for a very long time. While she walked in silence, a man called out, "Master!" She turned at once to hear him out. He warned her that a strange young man had entered the city. The man looked human, but his energy was not. Right away, Janella knew it was the boy Ju-won had mentioned. She thought Mad Wolf was a complete fool for letting him leave unharmed. Acting as if it had nothing to do with her, she still decided to see the boy for herself. Near a wall, someone sat with a huge chest wound, looking almost dead. People kept walking through the streets without stopping. Even so, some men could feel the heavy tension in the air. They had finally reached Travia, but after the attack on the celestial demon, the city was in chaos. A closer look revealed piles of bodies. The monarch of the void warned that they were not ordinary corpses. They were all non-humans, lycanthropes, vampires, and more had gathered in Travia. They normally stayed hidden, so walking around in the open proved the city was far from normal. Rubia asked if they really had to come to a place like this, since the old man might have been wrong. Lee's son Min paused when he heard an unfamiliar voice speak to him. Startled, he noticed Janella beside him, saying she was someone very important. With bright yellow eyes, she introduced herself as Janella and said it was a strange